everybody has to empty the tank between now and June 20th.
Well,
sorry, Ron,
and you throw into it, John, it's only 7 games, and this is not 7 games in the regular season. These are 7 games spread out.
Yeah.
So there's a long stretch. So if Chris Knobloch decides I'm throwing Connor and Leon out for 28, 29 minutes tonight, they'll be rested by the time they play again.
Hey, guys, before we slowly wrap things up here, give me one player on the Edmonton Oilers that you think might surprise, might come out of the woodwork here. It's easy to pick the superstars, but is there one guy that you're thinking, you know what, he might be the guy?
Well, to me, it's not out of the woodwork or a hidden player, but a player that the Oilers need desperately, and that's Evander Kane. Okay. You just lost Zach Hyman out of your top 6, more or less out of your top line, so that meant everyone is elevated. Evander Kane's playing with Leon Draisaitl. Both Evander and Leon were injured last year. Evander not playing all the games, Leon hurt in the finals, so Evander is, he's chomping at the bit to put his stamp on this finals. To me, John, Evander Kane is a guy that could be the X factor.
I don't disagree, and he's probably on the top of my list to be able to control his emotions too, and don't cross the line. And in that vein, you do wonder and hope that a guy like Trent Frederick can play a factor too. Now, he won't play more than 15 minutes ever in a game, but can he use his big body? He's built, as a former Boston Bruin, he's built to play the Florida Panthers.
Yeah.
And that's something I think that this team can now do very effectively.
John, thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you again coming up on Friday night. And Brownie, we'll talk to you in the first intermission. So thanks, guys. And that's it from our press box location. Get ready for some hockey. And I'm not just talking any hockey. We're talking the Stanley Cup final, Game 1 between the Panthers and the Oilers. Stay tuned because it's coming up next. It's your Fort Dealers Oilers Radio Network with Jack and Bob on the call. You've been listening to the City Fort Faceoff Show right here on 880 CHED.
It's finally here. The last show with David Cooper.
I am David Cooper with the stuff that you're thinking about but are too afraid to ask. We're talking relationships, climate anxiety, that weird thing you saw on TikTok last night, all of it. No filters, just real talk about real life. So grab your emotional support water bottle and tune in.
The last show with David Cooper. Weeknights at 11 on 880 CHED.
Hi, I'm Scott Reeve of Cupboards Express. Some think because of our name that our options are small. In fact, we have the largest selection of door styles and storage options anywhere. Some think because of our name that we don't do custom work. Truth is, if you dream it, we can make it right here in our factory. And some think because of our name that our prices are good and our delivery fast. Well, that's true. Our prices are fair and we have the quickest lead times in North America. It's all in our name. Cupboards Express.
From Lloydminster to Lacrete, from Lethbridge to Lake Louise, and everywhere in between in this beautiful province, for almost 40 years, Alberta Dreams has been bringing joy and hope to seriously and chronically ill children. We've brightened the lives of over 1,200 families by giving them precious moments of happiness that create lasting memories beyond their challenging days. Please visit albertadreams.ca today and become part of something truly special for these deserving kids in our province. Alberta Dreams, a child, a wish, a dream come true.
Cairn Transportation Systems is hiring. One of Canada's best managed companies and top fleet employers, Cairn Transportation is looking for Class 1 professional drivers based in Alberta for short and long haul work. Drivers enjoy competitive pay, assigned units, well-maintained equipment, and benefits and RRSP match from day one. If you're an experienced Class 1 driver with a clean safety record and scheduling flexibility, we want you on the Cairn team. Apply today at CairnTransport.ca/careers. That's CairnTransport.ca/careers.
With Play Alberta's Sportsbook app, 100% of the revenue goes right back to the province, contributing to programs and services all across Alberta. Deposit today with promo code OILERSNOW, all one word, to get an exclusive $50 free bet. In a world chock full of sportsbooks, choose the one by Albertans for Albertans that actually benefits Albertans. Download the Play Alberta app today and use promo code OILERSNOW to get your $50 free bet. Must be 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Hockey season is back. And so are the deals at Boston Pizza. Huron
on your team while ordering off their game day menu, or come in and see what great promotions they have going on. At Boston Pizza, they always have something craveable for you to enjoy. Boston Pizza, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Cheers to a great hockey season.
Hi, can I take your order? Hello?
Oh, hey. Wait, what was the question?
Let me guess. One driving high combo, extra baked?
No. Could I get a burger with a side of fries?
Think you're a better driver when you're high? Think again. Smoking weed affects reaction time and concentration. A message from Mad Canada.
Did you hear what happened to Rick while he was building his fence?
Yeah, he hit a natural gas line. They had to evacuate his entire neighborhood at dinner time, too. I bet he didn't make any new friends that day.
It cost him a ton to get the line repaired. I wonder why he didn't get his underground utilities marked.
Don't be that person. If you're digging on your property, request a locate for natural gas lines. It's free and can prevent serious injury or financial loss. And you won't upset the neighbors. Visit clickbeforeyoudig.com. A safety message brought to you by ATCO.
This is Oil Country.
Here comes McDavid. This town explodes!
And this is Rogers Game Night. Portions of this exclusive NHL broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, official beer of the Edmonton Oilers. Whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Must be legal drinking age. And Rogers, proud partner and fan of the Edmonton Oilers. Now your host for Rogers Game Night, Bob Stauffer, on the Oilers Radio Network.
Game 5 of the West Final, where Edmonton will be looking to close out Dallas for a second consecutive year in the Western Conference Final. And the centering pass is flipped home by Corey Perry. And Edmonton takes a 1-0 lead in Game 5. Centering pass, open man, Skinner. Sprawling left hand save, magnificent. A tremendous stop by Stuart Skinner. Right side, Arvidsson to the net. Wrist shot, score. Matthias Janmark extends Edmonton's lead to 2-0. Backhander save to Smith. Rebound, Skinner scores. Jeff Skinner extends to a 3-0 lead for the Edmonton Oilers. Here's a turnover. Robertson shoots and scores. And Dallas right back in the game. In front, and it scores. 3-2.
The question was, why in the big moments do we show up? I think we've prepared to be in this position. The moment doesn't feel big. It doesn't feel anything other than a hockey game that allows you to make your play.
Breakaway for Connor McDavid. He's in and he scores! Connor McDavid drags it back to his forehand. And Edmonton has regained a 2-goal lead in Game 5.
That's probably one of the nicest goals I've seen him score. There's only one player in the world that can do that in that moment, and we're very fortunate to have him on our side.
Robertson, wrist shot, score! 4-3. Here's Evander Kane swooping in, redirected home! 5-3. Kapanen is able to clear. That puck hopped off boards and in the net. Another empty netter. Kasperi Kapanen puts it away. The Edmonton Oilers pour onto the ice. They are the Western Conference champions for the second year in a row. It's Edmonton and Florida in the Stanley Cup Final.
And so it is Game 1 Stanley Cup Final tonight, live from Rogers Place. Bob Stauffer with you. Jack Michaels will have the call. The Edmonton Oilers, a return engagement against the team that vanquished their Stanley Cup dreams last year in Game number 7 after the Oilers roared back from a 3-0 deficit to tie the series. The series opens up tonight at Rogers Place. Coming up on Rogers Game Night, we'll hear Edmonton Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch, along with Florida head coach Paul Maurice, Connor McDavid, Matthias Ekholm, and others. There is a total of 27 minutes of the face-off. And this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
The Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation 50-50, presented by Rogers, is back and bigger than ever. The largest 50-50 in sports offers early bird draws, bonus raffles, and a main jackpot, which is growing by the second. With over $100 million invested across oil country, your support directly helps kids, families, and communities in need. Maybe you'll be our next winner. Get your tickets right now at EdmontonOilers.com and help make oil country a better place.
AGLC license number 696879.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
This is the Game File on the Oilers Radio Network.
I think it's just the fact that we are familiar with this team. It's not that they've changed their identity. They still play the same system, same style. I think it helps us get prepared to play them. As for we want to win it more because they beat us last year, I don't think that's any case. I think it's just we get to this point and no matter who we're playing, we're 100% wanting to win it. So I agree with Leon, his assessment on the frustration, just losing, coming so close and losing it. You're always going to remember it, absolutely. But I don't think it makes any difference on who beat us last year and who we're playing this year.
All right, welcome back, everybody. This is Rogers Game Night, Stanley Cup Final action. Rogers, proud partner and fan of the Edmonton Oilers. Jack Michaels, Cam Moon, Rob Brown, Bryn Griffiths, Brendan Escott, all part of the Oilers Radio Network. I'm Bob Stauffer. We're live from the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Legacy Heating and Cooling home, no payments and no interest for 1 year. Connor McDavid, world's best player, leading all playoff scores, had this to say on the lessons learned from losing in Game 7 last year to Florida.
If you asked me this question last year, I'd probably say no. Now that we've lost, I'll say yeah. Of course, you got to lose before you win. I don't know. I think you hear everybody say it. Just keep giving yourselves opportunities to be in this position. Keep giving yourself chances to win, and eventually it happens. We've done that. We've put ourselves in another good spot. Learned a lot of lessons last year in that month that we can use this year.
Meanwhile, Stuart Skinner, who has been rock solid, has a .931 save percentage in the last 2 playoff series, .941 over his last 7 starts. He had this to say on getting back to the Stanley Cup Final.
Yeah, that's just a credit to our perseverance. Once again, it's kind of the story of the Oilers. Like, you get knocked down, we just keep on getting back up, right? And you've seen that in all the playoffs this year, as individuals, as a team. So, to be honest, just the way that we keep on moving forward. We lose the cup last year, and we're back here again, being able to get that opportunity, and that's nothing but just complete excitement.
There we go. We'll have more comments coming up throughout the course of Rogers Game Night. Let's go to the Oilers Injury Report. It's brought to you by MIC, proud partner and official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. We found out officially what the injury is with Zach Hyman. He has a dislocated wrist. There are a couple other little bones that were damaged and had surgery. He is not going to be available for this series. Panthers, AJ Greer, a physical winger who popped Vasily Podkolzin a couple years ago in a fight and then drilled him this year. Podkolzin fought back. AJ Greer out. So we will see Jesper Vokvist in the lineup for the Florida Panthers on their 4th line. We go to the line combinations of the game presented by PlayAlberta.ca, an official gambling partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Connor McDavid up front with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Corey Perry. Leon Draisaitl with Evander Kane and Kasperi Kapanen. It'll be Adam Henrique with Trent Frederick and Connor Brown. Matthias Janmark with the aforementioned Podkolzin and Victor Arvidsson. So Jeff Skinner, who was in the lineup in Game 5 against Dallas, he's out as Connor Brown draws back in. Ekholm and Bouchard. Ekholm played 15-52 in his first game back after missing basically the last 2 months. Darnell Nurse with Brett Kulak and Jake Wallman and John Klingberg. Stuart Skinner starts in goal. In the playoffs this year, he's 6-4 with a 2.53 goals against average, 904 save percentage. He'll oppose Sergei Bobrovsky, who's 12-5. He obviously leads all goalies with 12 wins and a 912 save percentage. Barkov with Rodriguez and Reinhart. They keep Barkov and Reinhart together, and they keep Bennett and Kachuk together. Those guys play with Verhaeghe. Excellent third line. Lundell, Losterainen, and Brad Marchand, who came over in that deal from Boston. Noshik, Gadjevich, and Boquist. Forsling and Ekblad. Gustav Forsling is plus 166 in his last 5 seasons. Kulikov, who was a healthy scratch by Edmonton in the playoffs a few years ago against Minnesota with Jones. Schmidt with Niko Mikula. Florida third in goals for, first in goals against, 6th on the power play, first in PK. Edmonton first in goals for, 4th in goals against, 4th on the power play, but 14th on the penalty kill. Last year the Oilers were at 94% on the PK. This year they're at 66%. They ain't winning this series if they don't improve on that number. 17 minutes to face off. This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back with Encore by EPCOR. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
I think just another year having played our system, you're just a little bit more comfortable. The reads are a little bit quicker, knowing where the breakdowns are, knowing where to help. I think you see that in the D zone. You know, if there's a breakdown, there's usually somebody that is there to help. I think we've been really good in our own zone, and systematically, I would say we've been really solid.
That's Connor McDavid of the Edmonton Oilers. Meanwhile, Matthias Ekholm had these thoughts on beginning the series at Rogers Place.
Yeah, I think that's where the experience from last year is going to be valuable. Obviously, going through it once against this team, and we know the building's going to be crazy. We know everything. There's no surprises anymore, and that everybody's just excited and focused on getting that game won and making sure we're ready to go when the puck drops.
All right, the Oilers, Oil Country, 50-50. It's presented by Rogers. It's now live for the Stanley Cup Final. Tonight's early bird prizes include a signed McDavid Four Nations jersey, $10,000 cash, and a 2025 Ford Bronco. The main jackpot is already at $2 million, and the playoff bonus jackpot is over $6.5 million. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com/5050 for more chances to win. Let's go to Legacy Heating and Cooling. Who's hot and who's not? Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest for 1 year. Leon Draisaitl of the Edmonton Oilers is on a 6-game point streak in the playoffs. He's got 2 goals and 10 points during that stretch. Connor McDavid, meanwhile, on a 5-game point streak, 3 goals and 9 points. Last year it was McDavid with 11 points in 7 games against Florida, but Leon Draisaitl was dealing with an upper body and a core issue. In the final, he only had 3 points, did not score a goal. He had a rough series. The out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. All I can tell you is there's nothing better than when you're one of the last 2 teams standing. We got no other game site in the NHL, no other game site Major Junior. It's kind of all you need to know tonight. The Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance Goal Game. This is it, baby. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance, the goal, health, dental, travel. We got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. We will tell you that there is 11 minutes to face off, and this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oilers fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Did you know the Brick is proudly Canadian-owned and operated? We started right here in Canada over 50 years ago. Now, our 5,000 team members are proud to be your neighbor in more than 200 communities across Canada. And we support all Canadians with a growing selection of quality-made Canadian products and manufacturers. Nobody knows more about furnishing Canadian homes at the guaranteed lowest price than us. The Brick, saving you more.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHAD, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Just a bunch of 10 factors here. Physicality's one of them. All of them are going to be... They've got enough players there. That's not going to be an issue for them. They're physical. Like Boston was physical. Toronto got quite a bit heavier over the last couple of years. So it's... The margin between the two teams and the ability to be physical isn't that wide. I just don't think it's going to be that big a factor. We have a way to play. There's lots of teams that can play the game every way. We're just not one of them. We got to play it one way.
All right, there you go. That is Paul Maurice, the head coach of the Florida Panthers. Welcome back, everybody. Rogers Game Night. And we're going to bring aboard our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. So, is physicality going to be a factor, Rob, in this series?
Well, it's always going to be a factor, but it's not going to be a big difference between the two teams. The Florida Panthers, as Paul Maurice said, play a certain way, and they do. But the Oilers are capable and are playing that way as well. The Florida Panthers are the bullies of the Eastern Conference. And I've said this for the last few years, the Edmonton Oilers are the bullies of the Western Conference. They are a big physical team. And the thing that's different about Florida and Edmonton than other teams in the National Hockey League, other teams have players that are physical on their team, but they're guys that play 8 to 12 minutes. If you look at the Oilers and the Panthers, their best players are physical. You go through, before Hyman got hurt, Hyman's physical. Connor McDavid is physical. Leon's physical. Kane, Nurse, Ekholm. And then that doesn't even count the Fredericks, the Colsons, the Kapanens, all those other players. And Florida has just as many. So this will be a physical series, but it'll also be a skilled series. The Oilers got superstars, and we all know them. Connor, Leon, Nugent Hopkins, Bouchard on the back end. Well, so do the Panthers. Barkov, Bennett, Kachuk, Reinhart, 50-goal scorer. On the back end, Ekblad, Forsling, Jones, and in net, Bobrovsky. So this is, to me, a dream series. It's the two best teams that are loaded and can play any sort of game that you want, and they're both coming in playing as good as they've played all season long. So the two best teams, Bob, are playing starting tonight.
The two best teams are playing starting tonight. There was an old Western, Revenge is My Destiny. I don't know whether or not it's appropriate or not, Rob, but you get another crack at the team that vanquished your dreams.
You do, but it's funny, and I thought that for the last little while. I wondered, is this going to be a revenge? Is that going to be in the back of their minds? And I'm thinking, you know what? This is a new story. This is a new chapter for Connor, for Leon, for all of these players. And it's like, last is gone. We don't have to worry about that, because if the Oilers beat the Panthers in this series, it doesn't change what happened last year. It doesn't take away the pain and the sting that they had all summer long. But what they can have this year is a type of exhilaration, because now they know what pain is. So it's different if you lose in the first and second round or you don't make the playoffs, because everyone has a goal of winning the Stanley Cup. But those players, when they lose and they don't win the Stanley Cup, they don't know how close they were. The Oilers do. So they know how much it stung, just like the Panthers did before they won. So I don't think it'll be revenge. I just think that this is their new story, and they want to rewrite, and they want to finish this off. And you start thinking about all the different storybook endings, Cinderella stories from the Skinner, the Pickard, Kane coming back, everything. And it's all being led by Connor McDavid.
Well, they're getting pumped up here. And, you know, you take a look at it. I had Wayne Gretzky on Oilers Now. We talked a bit about the Oilers losing the Islanders in 83, and there's no question better suited for 84 in the return engagement. And what about Stuart Skinner? He actually had a better save percentage, Rob, as you know, last year than Sergei Bobrovsky in the final.
Well, he played well enough for the Oilers to win. His save percentage, he was a better goalie stats-wise through the series, and he was fantastic in Game 7. I think, and he talks about it, the sting of last year, everything he went through last year makes him a stronger goaltender mentally, and both of us know it is as much skill as it is mental when you are a goaltender. So I think Stuart Skinner is a better goaltender today for everything he went through last year, everything he's gone through this year in the playoffs as well. I don't think goaltending will be a factor in a negative sense towards the Edmonton Oilers.
Rob, I got to tell you this right now. The Oilers they had the lead going into the third period of Game 3, gave up 4 shots against Dallas. Had the lead going into third period of Game 4, gave up 4 shots against Dallas. Had the lead going into Game 5. Dallas' season on the ropes, gave up 4 shots on goal. This team, Stan Bowman told me late October, Stoff, we got to get a couple guys that can move the puck to help get the puck up to our forwards. That's our strength. He did that. It's a different team with the additions of Klingberg and Wallman. They get Ekholm back tonight. I think this is the best defense Edmonton's had since they won the 1987 Stanley Cup, Rob. And that's saying something because those teams in 88 and 90 were good too.
So is that Pronger guy in 2006.
I better watch. He might not do the show anymore. But anyways, I digress. Your thoughts on the Oilers' D being able to transition pucks to contrast that heavy forecheck?
Well, the Florida Panthers, this is a great example of why you want to have Ds that can move the puck up. The Florida Panthers are a fantastic forechecking team. But if they don't get into forecheck before the Oilers move the puck out, well, you just took away one of the biggest strengths of the Florida Panthers. There will be times the Oilers get hemmed in because Florida is good, but they will not be hemmed in as often. This Oiler team is good from top to bottom. They are professional. They understand what they need to do at what times. It's being led by offensive players that are teaching the rest of their team to play defense. Everybody has bought in, and both these teams understand how to win. And that's what makes this series so special, because you have the two best teams playing at their best and about to play 4 to 7 games. I hope it's 7. And on, Friday, June 20th, we are part of a Stanley Cup celebration with all the Edmonton Oilers fans.
You have 20 seconds to bring me the Ford keys to the game. Ford, the official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, built Ford proud.
Well, I think one of the things, these fans are going to be nuts here, and I think the Oilers are going to feed off the energy, but be smart. Do not get over-aggressive early. You do not want to give the Florida Panthers a power play because you were too aggressive early in the hockey game. And the other one, the biggest one, I think, is Bobrovsky is a superstar. Crowd him in the crease, get in the blue paint, make him fight to see the pucks, because if he can see it, he can stop it. But if you get in his way, he is just like any other goalie.
Paul Coffey has done a great job in the defense, and Chris Knobloch knows how to build the crowd. He's going to start Connor McDavid's line here at home as we roar into the final 2 minutes of Rogers game night. We bring you the sound here in the building. In about 20 seconds time, the officials will step on to the ice here at the Terradome. A veteran, Wes McCauley, considered by many to be one of the best refs in NHL history, and Francis Charon as well. They are going to handle this game tonight. The Oilers' locker room door, dressing room door is about to open, and when it does, this place will go nuts. Stuart Skinner leads the way. We are at 110 decibels as we speak. You're ready to go, man. It's going to be awesome. Stuart Skinner has come to the ice. The Edmonton Oilers getting ready to play the Florida Panthers. Game 7. Last year, Florida got one more bounce. The Oilers look to write a different script tonight. Jack Michaels will have the call. Coming up next on Ford Dealers NHL Hockey Game 1 action, live from Rogers Place on the Oilers Radio Network.
Fridays just got fired up. Prime rib for $20.99. Coors tankards for $9.99. And White Claw and Olay deals after 4 p.m. Only at the Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
Businesses deserve the best protection against cyber threats. Alltech offers state-of-the-art IT and cybersecurity solutions to safeguard digital assets. The team of experts at Alltech are dedicated to providing the highest level of security, ensuring that data remains safe and operations are seamless. With Alltech, businesses can focus on growth while the rest is handled. From advanced threat detection to comprehensive data security, Alltech has it covered. Choose Alltech for reliable and effective cybersecurity. Visit alt-tech.ca now to learn more.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
Catch every goal, every hit, every moment of the playoffs. Live at the Canadian Brewhouse. Big screens, cold beers, and all the action. The Canadian Brewhouse. Our house is your house.
Just deafening here for Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer, high atop Rogers Place, sold out, and as you can tell behind me, absolutely in a frenzy. The Oilers and the Florida Panthers, back-to-back years in the Stanley Cup Final. Let's set your Coventry starting lineups for you. For the Edmonton Oilers, Stuart Skinner's won 6 of his last 7 starts and played to a save percentage of nearly 95 in the process. Will be in the pipes. The Stanley Cup is sitting at center ice. The Oilers and the Panthers can't wait to get after it after Florida narrowly edged Edmonton 2-1 in Game 7 last June 24th. Evan Bouchard and Matthias Ekholm will be on the blue line. Opening line centered by Connor McDavid. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Corey Perry will be the wingers. The Oilers are coached by Chris Knobloch, who's 27-14, and the first coach since Scotty Bowman, the father of current Oilers general manager Stan Bowman. In 1970, he led the Blues to the third of their 3 consecutive Stanley Cup Finals, and as Scotty will tell you, he went 0 for 12, not 0 for 3. They lost 3 consecutive finals in a 4-game sweep. Your starting lineup once again brought to you by our friends at Coventry. Flexibility within reach. Get back in the game with customizable designs from the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers, and that's Coventry Homes. Florida, coached by Paul Maurice, who's sitting on 998 combined wins, regular season and playoffs. Sergei Bobrovsky, 57-48 lifetime in the postseason, including 40-19 over the last 3 years. He'll get the call in net this postseason, 12-5, a save percentage of .912. Stuart Skinner 6-4, .904. But we told you about the hot streak. Seth Jones and Nico Mikkola, who always seems to score against Edmonton on defense. And the opening line centered by Florida captain Sasha Barkov. The 2 captains will start at center to begin the hockey game. Evan Rodriguez, who led Florida with 4 goals in last year's Stanley Cup Final, and Sam Reinhart are the wingers. That's your starting lineup from Coventry. The pregame introductions are just about complete. And Bob, we have to be absolutely ecstatic not only to be covering Edmonton for a second consecutive year against the Florida Panthers, but the second part of that is just as important. This is a major clash between 2 teams who are championship worthy.
This is a heavyweight matchup. That's what it is. And you know what, Jack? To be the champ, you have to beat the champ. And they're the champs. You wouldn't want it any other way than this. There's no question.
The Oilers come in to this Stanley Cup Final having won 12 of their last 14 games overall, and in that stretch, 6-1 at home, 6-1 on the road. Florida, meanwhile, has won 8 of 10 since going down 2-0 against Toronto. That's right, each team has rallied from a 2-0 deficit in this Stanley Cup playoffs, and the Florida Panthers have put together 5 consecutive victories away from home, and get this, by a combined score of 27-6. 9-7. Numbers only begin to tell the tale. The depth of the clubs, the quality of the teams. We finally arrived nearly 12 months after Edmonton tasted defeat on June 24th in Sunrise. Now in Edmonton, Alberta, it's the Oilers with home ice, and the 18,347 will tell you exactly what this city wants. Bob and I set the table. Robert Clark takes you to puck drop. The Oilers, the Panthers, live from Rogers Place. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final, moments away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
Shoots and scores! But now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores!
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes!
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, the city ready, the team's ready, the 18,347 inside Rogers Place most certainly ready. And Bob and I ready to bring in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final right here on 880 Chad, the Oilers Radio Network. Rob Brown and Bryn Griffiths. Welcome back, Bryn. So glad to have him back with us. Our referees, best of the best, Francis Sharon and Wes McCauley, linesman Trent Orr and Scott Cherry. And now, well, let's see, some quick math, Bob. Basically 345 days after we last did this, we do it again. We can't get along. It's time to get it on. Edmonton, Florida for the Stanley Cup.
Should be a beauty.
Best of 7. Here's McDavid and Barkov, who was just announced as having won his 3rd Selke Trophy in 5 years. We're underway. The Stanley Cup at stake and blasted in by Ekholm off a face-off win from Connor McDavid. The Oilers in the blue and orange, outlined in white. Florida in the white, blue pants and red trim. And digging it in and getting it into the zone is Evan Rodriguez. Glanced off a body right to Stuart Skinner. working the net for Edmonton once again. 8th consecutive game in the pipes for Skinner. A blast coming. Mikkola had it redirected wide. 4 of his 19 career goals have come against the Edmonton Oilers. Ekholm slides it up the left-hand side. Nugent Hopkins didn't get it out. Batted down by McDavid. And the puck play with a high stick. 19:20 to play. First period. 40 seconds in. Edmonton, Florida. Game 1 of this best of 7. The reason the Oilers have home ice, they finished 3 points ahead of Florida despite losing the regular season series in a sweep for the second consecutive year, this time by scores of 6-5 and 4-3. Not exactly goaltenders' duels, Bob. Do you have any speculation on whether we're going to see that kind of offense in this series?
I don't know. I know Stuart Skinner would definitely get a tough start in the 6-5 game. Oilers were outplayed in the 4-3 game in Florida. That was coming out of the Four Nations face-off. Edmonton wasn't very good in the first 4 games back from that.
Draisaitl chased out of the circle, replaced by Evander Kane, who was not healthy in that Florida series. For that matter, Draisaitl wasn't much better. Kane did not play after game 2. He won the face-off, and the Oilers backhanded up the right-hand side. The Oilers start left to right in this first period. A reverse hit, and Forsling came thundering back on Draisaitl and took him against the boards after that reverse pop. Then Draisaitl shoveled it out. A one-timer, Jake Wohlman, a save and a rebound. Score! Leon Draisaitl! 66 seconds in, it's 1-0 Edmonton.
Well, that's how you get it started. Leon Draisaitl, who did not pick up a goal in the series last year. You mentioned we thought he was playing through an upper body and core issue. Wohlman drills one on the net, and Bobrovsky could not control a rebound. And Draisaitl into a yawning cage, and the Oilers have a quick 1-0 lead.
Kapanen will get an assist on it as well. He was net front and had a couple of whacks at that puck to keep it alive for Draisaitl. Jake Wohlman with a shot, and Draisaitl eventually buries the second chance rebound. Off the draw, Nate Schmidt shoots it in. Ideal start for Edmonton. 1:06 in. Here's Brad Marchand, tucks it in front, and Stuart Skinner has the puck in his clutches, and here's the chance of Stu reverberate throughout Rogers Place. Draisaitl, who did not score at all in last year's Stanley Cup final, with his 8th from Wohlman and Kapanen, and now Draisaitl shares the Stanley Cup playoff scoring lead with his teammate Connor McDavid.
Well, we've already seen the Florida press forecheck create some turnovers here. Oilers got to manage the puck.
The chance of Sergei all over the place. Here's Luo Sturinin against Darnell Nurse. He did not play all but 3 minutes of Game 5. He got hurt against Carolina, but is okay for this series. A.J. Greer cannot go for the Panthers, replaced by Jesper Boqvist. Open man Kulikov, originally drafted by Florida, second tour duty. A shot sent wide by Lundell, and then the rebound comes up front, and Lundell stopped by Skinner. But already evidence that Florida's third line is here to go to work. That was the major concern I had entering this series, is how would the Oilers, or for that matter any team in the NHL, deal with this powerhouse third line for the Panthers?
Well, they got a lot of support in that organization. Guys like Rick Dudley helping out Bill Zito, and man, oh man, the Marchand pickup, and then his role in the third line. And they have been dominant, Jack, as you know.
Draisaitl against Nosek. And off the face-off, it comes free. Bouchard tries to put it up the right-hand side. Nosek choked it off, and now Boqvist goes back on the puck for the Florida Panthers. Comes free, though, and cleared out to Leon Draisaitl and sent in deep for Kapanen. He'll whip it behind the net. That's going to be picked up by Nosek. Lead pass on target. Nico Mikkola will shoot it in. That caromed off the corner boards and is tracked down by Evan Bouchard. He'll reset for Edmonton. Bouchard, who has picked up a reputation as having the hardest shot in the league from the blue line. And it all started when Dale Hunter down in London gave him Drew Doughty's stick. And the flex worked out for Bouchard, and now 7-8 years later, Bouchard at the top of his game, leading all defensemen in points. Panthers clear up the right-hand side. That's settled by Victor Arvidsson. remains on a line with Matthias Janmark and Vasily Podkolzin, and here he wisely dumps it on net, forcing Bobrovsky to cover. Nearly 3 minutes gone in the first period, 1-0 for Edmonton. Talked a little bit about Stuart Skinner and how he parachuted in when Calvin Pickard got hurt. Sergei Bobrovsky, as recently as 2 springs ago, was not the starting goaltender for the Florida Panthers to open the postseason. Alex Lyon got Florida into the 23 playoffs with a late push in the final 3 weeks. Bobrovsky came in Game 3 of the Boston series and eventually helped the Panthers dig their way out of a 3-1 hole against the 65-win Bruins. And now, Bob, you don't hear anymore about how Bobrovsky can't get it done in the postseason.
100%, but think of Game 1 last year. Edmonton outshot Florida 32-18. Didn't score a couple early opportunities. Bob locked it down. He won that game. That might have been the difference in the series, Jack. Oilers have scored early tonight.
Icing waved off against the Panthers. Puck handled by Stuart Skinner up the right-hand side for Connor McDavid, who led all players in the final last year with 3 goals and 8 assists, and was named the Conn Smythe winner despite Edmonton's loss. Chipped off the boards and safely out to center by Brad Marchand, and that's settled down by Wallman. Wallman, whose great uncle is, of course, the Raging Bull, Jake LaMotta, has an assist on the Oilers' first goal. 1-0, 3.5 in. Adam Henrique shovels it down low, picked off by Matthew Tkachuk, and scooped back to center, settled by Darnell Nurse over to Brett Kulak, and it's another reset for Edmonton. Nurse guides one in. Kulikov after the puck for Florida. And a very light and I think correct icing call against Edmonton will be levied here with 3:45 gone by in this first period. Draisaitl, his 8th, Wallman and Kapanen. And now, after talking it over, Bob, we may have this puck dropped at center ice. The linesman Trent Noor and Scott Cherry still discussing, but it looks like we're going to drop this puck at the red line. So 2 guys with different calls in that situation. You saw it off and drop the puck back at center. Edmonton with a 1-0 lead in Game 1. The Oilers in this era of the McDavid, Draisaitl, Nurse, Nugent Hopkins quartet are just 4-12 in series openers. They beat Dallas in 5, but they lost the opener when they gave up 5 third-period goals. Off the draw, Kulak. High flip. It's going to be smacked down by Nate Schmidt. Would have been a hand pass had Rodriguez touched it. So Kulak to Nurse, off to Kasperi Kapanen. Cuts to his left is Leon Draisaitl. Kapanen just picked up his first assist of the playoffs and a clear by the Panthers back to the Oiler blue line.
Got a big piece of Leon in that zone entry there. They're trying to cinch off the middle seam.
And Forsling caught him earlier with a pretty good answer on that reverse hit that Draisaitl likes to employ to protect himself. Shovels it in against Sasha Barkov. One-timer ripped on net by Kapanen and kicked aside by goaltender Sergei Bobrovsky. Evander Kane lurking. Reinhart put it back behind the net. Ekblad got blasted by Kane. Huge hit by Kane, who now has the puck on his backhand. Ekblad at times bullied the Oilers last year. Well, Evander Kane's healthy, and he just steamrolled him. Gustav Forsling up the center, and he'll fling it off the end boards, and some more big hits landed around the ice. Ekholm back to gather for Edmonton. Lead pass Bouchard, taken by Janmark. He'll get through one man and then have it stripped by Nate Schmidt, a well-traveled defenseman, but nevertheless a valuable guy who can move the puck. Sent in deep by Bouchard, and the Oilers' hitting game elevated here as Podkolzin works in the corner with Janmark. Now Victor Arvidsson right corner. Chris Knobloch loves this line over the last couple of weeks, although flattened behind the net was Podkolzin, and that will allow Florida a chance to move the puck up ice, which Brad Marchand does. Taken away by Bouchard at center. He then promptly turned it over, and Sam Bennett, league leader, 10 goals on the playoffs, and he half-fanned on a wrist shot. McDavid got back in time to disrupt that shot. Skinner kicked it aside, and the Oilers take an icing call. And the thing is, Bob, we always hear everybody hits, but also in the Stanley Cup playoffs, everybody back-checks, and McDavid with a good play there to deny Bennett a better chance.
Yeah, Oilers with a little bit of a guilty turnover there. Face-offs, Jack. I know sometimes you think I talk too much about them. Well, the Panthers are not a great face-off team, though they are a strong possession team. Bennett's only at 33% in the playoffs, with David at 48.2 out here in this draw.
Connor McDavid Picked up his 100th assist in the series clincher at Dallas, and he also scored a breathtaking breakaway that turned out to be a game winner. Off the draw, wrist shot sent wide by Mikkola. Seth Jones from distance, and that was blocked by Ekholm. Jones came over in a trade with Chicago. The Oilers will clear it up the left-hand glass, and that'll be another icing call with nearly 6 minutes gone by in this first period, and the Oilers having taken a 1-0 lead on Leon Draisaitl's 8th of the postseason. Kapanen and Wallman with the assist. 66 seconds in.
Well, Draisaitl, Kane, and Kapanen have definitely got things going here early for Edmonton. 2 good shifts, a goal, and a huge hit from Evander Kane.
Bennett wins the face-off. Back to the point. Mikkola. And again, as you like to talk about Edmonton's strengths and Florida as a counterpoint, same could be said for the Oilers. If you want to call the Panthers physical, well, the Oilers are a different team. They're physical, too. Big hit by Bennett. Created a look for Tkachuk, but the shot was spun wide. Carter Verhaeghe, who had a quiet regular season, sees the Oilers clear down the middle. He had 20 goals this season, more than double that as recently as 2 years ago. Aaron Ekblad up the right-hand side. Sam Reinhart, boy, has he been on a tear the last several years. 39 more goals this year. Rodriguez to the middle, broken up, however, by Wallman on a good read, and Connor McDavid skittering away and using a screen to advance through the neutral zone, but he was cut off as he hit the Florida line by Rodriguez. Up the right-hand side, Gustav Forsling. Sent around the boards. Corey Perry there for the Oilers, and now John Klingberg tosses ahead for McDavid. Forsling is on him and immediately poke-checked the puck away, and then perhaps a high stick was missed, or no, they got it on the backside. It's going to be called, and I think it was Corey Perry. Initially, they didn't get it, but the backside official had it, and the time will be 6:53 on this penalty. And when we come back, the Florida Panthers, who are 12 for 28 on the road, this Stanley Cup playoff run will have an opportunity to tie the game. Edmonton 1, Florida no score. Leon Draisaitl has the first goal of the Stanley Cup final, which you're listening to live on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon scoring in Leduc. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Unbelievable! Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
Hey, Edmonton, ever think about who gets your hard-earned money when you buy groceries or gas? For all you know, it could be buying a second yacht or private jet. But at Co-op, they put it right back into the community. That's because they're owned by 120,000 everyday Edmontonians, not a corporation. Feel good about where your money goes when you shop Co-op. Visit in-store for details.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Florida Panthers will be on the power play. It's a Napa Auto Parts penalty kill for the Oilers. 66% for the Stanley Cup playoffs. A little deceptive. Dallas's last couple goals of the series did come on the power play, but really the 3 they gave up in the first game of the West Final has skewed those numbers just a bit. Florida dreadful on the power play at home, but as we told you before the break, very good on the road. Here's Ekblad off the draw, sifting one wide. Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Henrique, Nurse, Nugent Hopkins, and Kulak. And an errant pass back to the point has to be retrieved by Matthew Tkachuk. He'll take a return offering and got hit hard by Janmark, but kept it onside. Now Ekblad will spin it back. Tkachuk a shot, blocker save. No screen there, and Skinner
Made it look routine. Jones back to Sam Reinhart. And now to the middle, redirected by Ekblad. Out of the reach of Tkachuk and funneled back up the left-hand side. Panthers go with 2 defensemen, and they move Ekblad around on their power play.
Yep.
Here's Alexander Barkov. Often referred to as Sasha. Finland native, despite the Russian name. Gaining the line as Reinhart had his pocket picked, and that's what McDavid can do for you on the kill. Reinhart had no idea it was there, and McDavid with a clean steal and 200-foot clear for Nate Schmidt to handle for the Panthers. And Connor Brown, who missed the last couple games of the Dallas series after a big hit from Petrovic. Here's Bennett working his way into the offensive zone. Again, the league leader with 10 goals during this Stanley Cup playoff run. Rodriguez has his shot smothered by Janmark and a clear down the left-hand side. Bobrovsky leaves it for Nate Schmidt. Up to Bennett. Right side, too far for Marchand. Ekholm had a chance to get it out and did it. Now it's a 2-on-1. Here's McDavid heading for the net, tried to center for Kapanen, got it back. McDavid shoots off the post. Rebound comes free to Sam Bennett. McDavid tried to feed Kapanen, and when it came back to him on the ricochet, he whistled one off the post. Now Draisaitl will steal on Sam Bennett, and Florida nothing on the power play. It comes to an end. And the Oilers retain their 1-0 lead here in the first period. Draisaitl motoring down the right-hand side, had it taken away. Lundell up to Luostarinen. He overran the puck. Then a puck skittered free at center, shot in by Mikkola. Nurse will funnel it back to center and now carried in by Mikkola. Boakfist, right circle wrist shot, does not make its way through. Luostarinen couldn't come up with a rebound. Evander Kane, a soft chip up the left-hand side, and then maybe he gets away with a slash on Lundell. But in any event, the Oilers pick it up and clear. Klingberg up to center ice. Hammered back in by Seth Jones. The pace is furious. Jonah Gadjevich on the ice for Florida. This fourth line highly effective for the Panthers. As Nosek finishes his check on Nurse, the puck cleared up the left-hand side. Hammered back in by Kulikov. And now on the puck in a centering pass, Nosek bunted one wide on a deflection. Kulikov held it in. Tracking it down, Rodriguez couldn't make a play. Henrique to Darnell Nurse. Whistled it down the middle. No one touched it. And a very late icing call, and that one could be debated. Florida could have touched that puck. 10:01 to go in the first, and the Oilers have limited the Panthers to just 2 shots on net in building a 1-0 lead. Leon Draisaitl scoring a 5-on-5 goal.
Well, great defensive play by Nate Schmidt. Blocked the pass, but McDavid had this presence of mind, and he beat high blocker side Sergei Bobrovsky. Big draw here for Henrique.
Off the draw, wrist shot, and a save made on Sam Reinhart, but Barkov won that cleanly. We'll keep an eye on that as Arvidsson rams it off the boards. Trying to make a play on it, Trent Frederick. He got bottled up. Henrique wandered over. Boakvist took a big hit from Jake Wallman and ended up on his keister. Brett Kulak stumbling, then getting it back from Wallman and lasering one up the right-hand side for Connor Brown. Bobrovsky takes a peek, hands off to Ekblad. Soft chip up the right-hand side, and now we've got an opportunity for Carter Verhaeghe, but he's closed off quickly by Connor Brown. Tkachuk held it in. Verhaeghe spins and fans on a shot from the high slot. Tkachuk on the rebound will pick it up. Centering pass. Quick snapshot score. Carter Verhaeghe. It's a tie game. And Stuart Skinner felt like Jake Wallman was pushed into him by Sam Bennett.
Well, Jake Wallman got hooked on a loose puck battle. They didn't call it. Wallman had a chance to go get the puck, and Bennett got a piece of him, and they stayed right in front of the net. The Oilers are not going to challenge this. It's a good goal for Florida, and we are tied 1-1.
Verhaeghe, I mentioned the quiet regular season, but he's certainly woken up at the postseason. That's his 7th. Remember, Bennett leads the entire league. Oh, Bennett did charge right into Stuart Skinner. I think they will challenge this, Bob. When I got a second look at it, I think there's more contact than initially thought. And I think Chris Knobloch is going to challenge this.
Edmonton is challenging to play for goaltender interference prior to the goal.
I think this is coming off the board all day. I don't think it's particularly close, having seen a second look at it.
So we have Chris King, Stephen Walkham here from the NHL. They're overseeing this. It's the Stanley Cup final.
Bennett initiates the contact. I thought initially that Skinner was claiming that Bennett tossed Wallman in there. And you mentioned a bit of a hook, but it's Bennett who backs his way into Skinner, and I don't think Wallman forced Bennett into Skinner.
Just checking the stick grab in front of the net.
This is coming off, I
Here
think.
we go, quick call.
After reviewing the play, the actions of the Edmonton defenseman knocking 9 down. Therefore, the call on the ice is confirmed.
And that was what I was concerned about. He grabbed his stick. Oilers got a penalty here.
And that not only means a goal, boy, the overhead look really makes it look as though Bennett charged into him. And they're wrestling, as you said, there were kind of coincidental hooks, if you will. And this one's coming off the board, and Edmonton doesn't miss many of those.
Nope.
I don't know. I mean, yes, Wallman's holding on to his stick, but I still think Bennett initiates the contact. I'm sorry.
Bennett knew exactly what he was doing.
That's what I'm saying. I don't love this. I don't love this call. I don't. But nevertheless, it's going to count. Carter Verhaeghe, his 7th. I really thought that was coming off, and I don't know. I don't know whether I'd go so far as to say the actions of the Edmonton player,
that was
but it matters
concern
not.
on the call.
Second power play of the game for the Florida Panthers. And it's Alexander Barkov down low, but more importantly, the game is tied at 1. Here's a knockdown and maybe another held stick, but this one goes uncalled, and Matthias Janmark will chip it behind the Florida defense. Seth Jones gives way to Barkov, and here come the Panthers. Perry serving it. He was in the box for high sticking anyway on that initial call. Up the right-hand side, McDavid, short-handed, cuts to his left. And the Panthers are able to angle him off. Verhaeghe played reasonably good defense there. Darnell Nurse rushes it back in left-hand side. A backhander up high held by Bobrovsky. He's able to keep the play moving even though Nurse was crowding him. 8 minutes to go in this first period. The game is tied at 1. Verhaeghe with the equalizer at 10:49. His 7th of the playoffs. Shot in by Bennett. Here's Kapanen. Backhands it off the glass and out. Down to 30 seconds on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Nate Schmidt. Right-hand side. Rodriguez to Bennett. Knocked off his stick, but Rodriguez kept it alive for Schmidt. Left wing, right circle, wrist shot, score, and Florida's taken a 2-1 lead. Brad Marchand, the 37-year-old veteran with his 5th of the playoffs, and the Panthers, after spotting the Oilers an early lead, have roared back to take a 2-1 advantage with 12.5 to go in period 1.
Well, they got 2 real good power play units. Rodriguez gained the zone entry, and then Schmidt swung one across on the back door through the seam. Great pass. And Brad Marchand's going to finish that all day.
And with that, he ties Corey Perry for 4th among active players with his 61st career Stanley Cup playoff goal. Time 12:30 on the power play, and the Panthers take a 2-1 lead. So they're able to convert the penalty that came off the failed challenge, and then McDavid right off the draw draws another penalty down the right-hand side. So just 10 seconds after Florida scores, McDavid is able to draw a penalty, and the Oilers will have a chance to tie the game when we come back. This is Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final on Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
End of the Row Flooring Centers is not only Canadian owned and operated, but we've been your go-to flooring center since 1986. The reason is simple. We make your flooring project easier. Rather than a tiny sample, upload a photo of your room at endoftheroll.com and instantly see what your dream flooring looks like in your house. Thousands of styles just clicks away. End of the Roll Flooring Centers. We've been flooring Canadians for 4 decades. Visit endoftheroll.com.
12870 St. Albert Trail and now open at 580 Parsons Road Southwest.
Did you know the RCMP polices over 99% of Alberta's landscape? From the oil sands to the Rockies to the prairies, the RCMP has a province covered. Providing policing services to more than 1,700 communities and with over 150 career specializations, the Alberta RCMP has something to fit everyone's goals and lifestyles. Visit rcmpcareers.ca and take the next step towards your career with the Alberta RCMP. A message from the Government of Canada.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Face off right side of Sergei Bobrovsky. Anton Lundell, a no-doubter, 2-minute for interference against Connor McDavid, and the Oilers get their first power play.
Well, a no-doubter after you don't call interference on Bennett against Ballman. Then Bennett backs his ass into Stuart Skinner on the game-tying goal, and then they get a power play out of it on the challenge. You know Edmonton's Mary Kay's in the house. They were going to get the next call, and Lundell had the stick on McDavid. Easy call for the officials to make.
2 goals in a minute 41 for Florida. Now we've got it evened up. I think Perry's taking another penalty here, Bob.
This is unreal.
Corey Perry wrestled a man down in a puck battle off the draw to the right of Sergei Bobrovsky, and the Oilers' power play lasts all of 6 seconds. It's going to be a trip against Corey Perry.
Perry's been in the box twice here in the first 12 minutes.
Well, actually, 3 times. He took a high stick, then he served the penalty for delay of game for the failed challenge, and now he's in there a 3rd time.
Well, it'd be nice to have more than, of course, 6 seconds worth of power play time. Florida's had a couple power plays already in this game.
Reinhart drew the call, face-off win for Leon Draisaitl. Is out there with McDavid in a 4-on-4. Ekholm and Bouchard round out the foursome. And now we've got Ekblad. He's going to take a penalty. And I think this might be a high stick on Leon Draisaitl. So this is going to end up being 4-on-3 for the Oilers. The hold is the call. Draisaitl was holding the bridge of his nose as though he felt like he had been high sticked. But holding's the call.
Number 5, minor penalty for holding.
And this was something you picked up on during last year's Stanley Cup Final. The Panthers typically do a fairly good job. Oh, Ekblad, I mean, that's so obvious. Yeah. Typically, you thought in that series they did a nice job of subtle backside interference.
Oh, yeah.
The emphasis being on subtle. That was not subtle. That was a horse collar.
The further you go in the playoffs, the further calls, the fewer calls you get.
4-on-3.
We're seeing a little bit different tonight.
Draisaitl and McDavid. Well, that was obvious. I mean, Ekblad can't do that. Middle of the ice, he wrapped both his arms around Draisaitl and threw him to the ice. So 4-on-3. McDavid wins the face-off, and now...
Come on, drop the puck.
Well, the linesman is acknowledging the fact that he should not have blown it dead there. That's Scott Cherry, yeah.
Former UNB V-Red.
Speaking of the Maritimes, Brad Marchand and Evander Kane have something in common. Yep. We'll get to that in a moment. Here's Bouchard off the draw. Little give and go with Draisaitl. Send it across. Connor McDavid, top of the left circle, in front, redirected off the pads. As trying to guide that in that time was Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Draisaitl peering across ice. He finds McDavid. Nugent-Hopkins, a net front presence. That's an area he's not accustomed to, and Bouchard's pass missed him behind his left skate. McDavid tried to slither it through heavy traffic to Draisaitl, got it back on a deflection, sauced it across. Bouchard fires and a save made by Sergei Bobrovsky. Florida with a 2-1 lead. Edmonton trying to tie it up on a 4-on-3 power play, but that cross seam pass was deflected up into the mesh. 6 1/4 to go in the first period. Brad Marchand has the game's go-ahead goal, and of course Brad Marchand's dad, Kevin, played with Evander Kane's dad, Perry, in Nova Scotia back in 1981. Connections all over the ice. Draisaitl wins the face-off. Here's a blast coming. No, Bouchard faked it. Gave it up to McDavid, but Seth Jones stayed with the Edmonton captain. Here's McDavid shooting, and that missed the net. Rebound. Right side, Nugent-Hopkins. Saucered back to Leon Draisaitl. Here's McDavid. One-timer. Draisaitl clubbed it wide. Bouchard's got it back. Walking the line. Peering inside. Had it poked off a stick, then got it back. Forsling showing shot block against McDavid. Edmonton will keep it up top on the perimeter. Here's McDavid between circles. To his left, cross ice. Draisaitl loads up, right face-off dot. Then gives it up for McDavid and sets a pick for him. One-timer Bouchard, and that was wide. Rebound, Draisaitl shoots, and that was blocked by Bobrovsky's glove hand. Out to McDavid. Left circle, no shot. Bouchard gives it back to him. One penalty is over. McDavid to Draisaitl in front, and a sprawling right pad save on Bobrovsky. Good read against Nugent-Hopkins. And now all the penalties are set to come to an end here in 10 seconds. Ekblad for the Oilers briefly at 4-on-4, then 5-on-4, and now about to be 5-on-5. Here's Kane shooting, and that was blocked as the Panthers officially come back to full strength. Kane had come down the left-hand side after a Florida clear, but nothing doing. Mikkola able to fling it off the glove of Corey Perry, and that shook him up a little bit on his left hand. Caught him in a soft spot. Here's Kulikov up to Marchand. Now Sam Bennett hits the line. Mikkola shot off the glove of Stuart Skinner. Rebound of Evander Kane. 2-1 Florida. 4.5 to go. In the first period, game one of the Stanley Cup Final. Best of 7 for the first 2 games in Edmonton. The outlet to Carter Verhaeghe. He tied the game 5-on-5. Edmonton challenged for goaltender interference and didn't get the call. And then Marchand scored on the power play. Bennett, another heavy check, and now bearing down on John Klingberg up the right-hand side. Not out of the zone. Arvidsson nowhere to move it. Klingberg escapes both Tkachuk and Bennett, and now hits a streaking Janmark. A blast and a save, Bobrovsky. Here's a wrist shot on the rebound, and another save, Bobrovsky against Arvidsson. It was Janmark who scored the only goal against Bobrovsky in the Game 7 loss last June the 24th. That was a score of 2-1. That's our score right now. Florida 2, Edmonton 1, 3:52 to play in an exciting first period where the Oilers have outshot the Panthers 13-6, but have seen their 1-goal lead turn into a 1-goal deficit. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, live from downtown Edmonton. The Oilers Radio Network.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they are the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Real Canadian Superstore has more ways to save than any other major grocer. Check out their weekly flyer for PC Optimum offers, deals on club size, no name, and always low-priced everyday items. Visit in-store to find everything from fashion and home decor to toys and electronics. And don't forget their new Fresh Promise on produce. If your produce isn't fresh, they'll replace it and refund it. There are so many ways to save at Real Canadian Superstore. See their flyer for details.
Bloom Benefits offers amazing coverage that even the toughest hockey players can get behind. With excellent coverage, they offer things like massage. You want to go? Counseling services. Let's go! Dental coverage. That was not offside. And eye exams. With custom health coverage for any group of any size, Bloom Benefits make every team better, stronger, and healthier. Plans start from just $54 a month. Rethink your benefits today at bloombenefits.ca.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
2-1 hockey game in favor of Florida. Panthers 2 goals on now 5 shots officially credited to the visitors. Bobrovsky 12 saves and a couple of good ones right before we went to break. Off the draw, one by Edmonton, offensive zone. Connor Brown put it back on Darnell Nurse's tape. Sent around the corner boards to Brett Kulak. And now Trent Frederick, a wrist shot, deflected, shoveled toward the net, redirected wide of the goal, and up high, chipped up the left-hand side, and the Panthers smartly get it out. Carried back in by Connor Brown, smacked down by Frederick, eager to avenge a loss. He was on that 65-win Boston team a couple years ago that lost to the Panthers after being up 3-1. Brad Marchand in that series, Bob, had a chance to put it away with a late game breakaway. I think it was game 5. And instead they lose in 7. Here's Bouchard in front. Poke check Bobrovsky, and he's able to come up with it. And it's been a frustrating game thus far for Corey Perry. He's taken a couple of penalties, and that time on a good look from Bouchard was unable to get a clean chance away. Bobrovsky, aggressive, top of the blue paint, able to take it away from Corey Perry.
Yep. As you mentioned, real good read by Sergei Bobrovsky.
36 years of age, Sergei Bobrovsky. Prior to this run of 3 consecutive trips to the final for Florida, he was 17-29 in the playoffs. 17-29.
He did fashion one of the greatest upsets of all time with Columbus.
Right, and 4 of those 17 wins are what Bob is referring to when Columbus swept out a 62-win Tampa team in 2019. And the Lightning learned and won the next 2 cups. Here's Bouchard, a wrist shot. Clean look for Bobrovsky off the draw, and a save made. A rebound swung in front by McDavid. That hit the side of the net. Big hack by Luostarinen, trying to get it out of the zone. But the Oilers are buzzing right now. McDavid to Bouchard, right point, hesitates, and then put it back down low. Corey Perry, back to McDavid. Shakes off a check from Nico Mikkola. Centers, and Nugent Hopkins got enough on the puck to direct it on net. But I still think his stick might have been tied up a little bit by Luostarinen. Bobrovsky, nonetheless, Bob, he showed a lot of mettle here. You talked about Game 1 last year. We're seeing some of his best stuff again in the first period of Game 1 a year later.
We're also seeing a defense that competes in front of their own net. It is tough to pen. The Oilers scored a goal early. Wallman shot. Kane and Kapanen running around, and Draisaitl picked up the loose change. Another conversation here, Corey Perry. Sam Bennett.
2:37 to go in the first. The shots on goal 16-5 in favor of the Oilers. But a 2-1 game for the Panthers. Draisaitl with Kane and Kapanen, Klingberg and Wallman. And off the face-off, a chance for the Florida Panthers to clear, and Tkachuk does take a hard hit from Kapanen.
Another cross-check
as he clears back to the Edmonton blue line. Wallman gets it back from Klingberg, and from center ice will flip it in. Off the stick, in fact, of Forsling, and that puck played with a high stick and thus whistled down. Gustav Forsling, so underrated, he becomes overrated at times. Plus 89 over his last 2 years for the Florida Panthers.
So people talk about the advantages, the no state tax teams have. Well, everybody could have picked up Gustav Forsling, and you know who did? Florida. Awesome player to pick up on waivers.
Chicago waived him. Otherwise, he would have been teammates with Seth Jones in a different city.
Yep.
Chipped up the left-hand side by Forsling and wristed down deep by Carter Verhaeghe. Here's Stuart Skinner up the left-hand side. Quick shot from a point. Oh, a painful block by Wallman. That one stung him, Bob. I'm not sure quite where it caught him.
Gotta get the puck
up the right-hand side. Klingberg does. Forsling knocked it away. Verhaeghe over the line. Wallman, for the time being, will remain on the Oiler bench. Losing his stick was Kulak, but he was able to smartly boot it over to Klingberg, who moves it up to Kasperi Kapanen. Kulak shovels it on to Evander Kane, looking for Kulak, who activated down the seam. He ends up winding it around for Leon Draisaitl. In the middle of the ice, taken away by Matthew Tkachuk. And he'll dump it behind his own net for Aaron Ekblad. Tkachuk did not play the last month of the regular season, really the last 2 months. He was injured at Four Nations.
That's how they fit Marchand in, Jack.
Here's a lead pass, right-hand side, Ekblad, going to be handled by Stuart Skinner. Run off the puck, the Panthers look to maintain. Boqvist and Gadjevich couldn't do it, and the Oilers send it up the left-hand boards. Nate Schmidt with 1:10 to play, up to Nosek, and now through center. Bokva's got his stick on it, and now you've got Nurse and Gadjevich battling in the corner. Freed up for Dmitry Kulikov. He tried to shovel it down low, intercepted by Podkolzin. He'll launch it behind the Florida defense, but put enough out-turn draw on it not to draw icing, and instead the Panthers take the icing call as Nate Schmidt, the guilty party, 49 seconds. There's your out-turn draw, Bob, and it leads to an offensive zone face-off for Edmonton's top players. They're going to I think they're going to load up here with McDavid and Draisaitl for the final 49 seconds, 5-on-5. Corey Perry will join them. Bouchard and Ekholm defensively. Ekholm's second game back. Remember, he returned for Game 5 of the West Final. A 6-3 Oiler win, while the Panthers one night earlier had beaten the Carolina Hurricanes 5-3 to end their series in 5 games. Off the draw, it's Draisaitl. Shoved against the boards by Nosek. Florida's depth being tested here, and the Panthers pry the puck loose, and Nate Schmidt wisely skates to center and whistles it down deep, even as Stuart Skinner tried to sell a potential icing call. Final 25 seconds. Bouchard the outlet, Draisaitl on target. Gives it up for McDavid, and then could not drag the leg. You don't see those two do that often. Offside, whistled against Edmonton. 20 seconds to go in the period.
Thought that was a tight call from Stripes. It's been a couple tight calls that have gone Florida's way here. A non-call on a reach infraction from Sam Bennett really kind of flipped the script in this game as Wallman was trying to get to the puck. Bennett grabbed a piece of him, and then he got inside position and backed his ass right into the face of the netminder, Stuart Skinner, and got a piece of it for the deflection redirection.
Jones to Mikkola. Shoveled to center. Barkov fell down. Oh, and then caught Nugent Hopkins with an inadvertent butt end. A wrist shot from distance handled by Stuart Skinner, and that likely will be all for the first period. Matthias Ekholm did not wind out the clock as the Panthers got a late shot. Evan Rodriguez. Edmonton acted like the period was over there and actually gave the Panthers one more look. Rodriguez stopped by Skinner. Florida, its sixth shot of the period, turned away by the Oiler goaltender, but despite a -9 on the shot clock, the Florida Panthers have taken a 2-1 lead as we head to the dressing room on the strength of an even-strength goal by Carter Verhaeghe that Edmonton challenged, and on the ensuing power play after the failed challenge, Brad Marchand, the 37-year-old wily vet of 16 years with the Boston Bruins, put the visiting Panthers on top. What do you make of the opening 20?
Well, I mean, you'd look at this simply and just say power play goal for Florida, and the Oilers 0 for 1 technically they're 0 for 2, I think, with the power play because to check the overlap on it. But look, Edmonton's playing a good team that knows how to win. The Oilers are a team that hasn't overreacted in these situations. Pretty good period from Edmonton. You pump 15 shots on goal to 6, 7, whatever they decide to ultimately decide, because they keep changing them a bit here, Jack. But at the end of the day here, I didn't mind a lot of what Edmonton did. The Oilers are 0 for 2 on the power play. Florida's 1 for 2. Oilers came in 56% at home. Really, they didn't score in their 4-3. That's what they had, a chance of the 4-3. So
with McDavid and Draisaitl and a lot of open ice.
Now, it's got to be stated, you know they're going to be physical. You know they're going to be in your face. You know they're going to do some stuff that, this is who they are. It's part of Florida's identity. You're going to have to play through it. The Oilers landed some body shots as well.
I was going to say, Edmonton, my counter to that, Bob, is what's the difference? Doesn't Edmonton play very similar?
They can. The difference in the game right now is the challenge. And I get where you're coming from. The whole sequence that led to it bothered me a little bit. They kind of had the whistle away there. Bennett is cross-checking everybody off of draws. That's what he does, and so he's a good player. And the Panthers have some nasty guys. It's part of their identity, and the Oilers have had a little bit of pushback here. I think there's been a couple times the Oilers have struggled a bit on in terms of outletting the puck, creating some opportunities off of transition. But overall, a pretty good period from Edmonton. The problem is they're down by 1.
And they're down by one because of Brad Marchand's power play goal at 12:30. Nevertheless, an electric atmosphere and a terrific first period to kick off this best-of-7 Stanley Cup final as the Oilers appear in a 9th Stanley Cup final. That is the most ever by what is considered a non-original 6 team. Now, of course, the original 6 really refers to an era for the NHL that occurred from the 1942-43 season through the 66-67 campaign. And, of course, you're talking Toronto, Montreal, Chicago, Detroit, New York, and Boston. So outside of those 6 teams, the Oilers have appeared in the most Stanley Cup finals, and they're tied with Philadelphia for most playoff series victories, with 44 having won their first 3 series. This one figures to be the toughest, and sure enough, the Panthers, despite being outshot by a greater than 2-1 margin, lead by the same score with which they defeated Edmonton last year in Game 7. That's 2-1 after 20. We'll be right back. Bryn and Rob are next. This is For Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
It's our YEG with 880 Chad.
There's something for everyone at the Alberta Circus Arts Festival, June 19th through the 22nd. Learn to juggle, walk on stilts, or take in shows from across the globe. Enter now at 880ched.com for your chance to win. Then, whether you're a hardcore gamer or a virtual noob, GameCon has something for every enthusiast. Get the joysticks out June 13th to 15th for a full weekend of fun. Enter at 880ched for a free play now.
For details on these and more events, visit 880ched.com.
The same AI-powered technology that helps Oilers fans move through security efficiently at Rogers Place is also available for Edmonton area schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Evolve Technology, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers and official security screening partner of Rogers Place, helps identify potential threats and create safe experiences at hockey games and wherever people gather. Visit Rogers Place to experience Evolve live, or check out evolve.com for more information. That's EVOLV.com.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Start left to right. In this first period, a reverse hit at Forsling came thundering back on Draisaitl and took him against the boards after that reverse pop. Then Draisaitl shoveled it out. A one-timer, Jake Wohlman, a save and a rebound. Score! Leon Draisaitl! 66 seconds in, it's 1-0 Edmonton.
That's our Highlight Zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the first intermission. After 20 minutes of play, the Florida Panthers leading the Edmonton Oilers 2-1. Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown up high on the 8th level. Well, your thoughts of that period?
Well, a lot of good if you're an Oiler fan. The Oilers created a number of good looks, had some great opportunities. Bobrovsky, who is a great goaltender, had a very good period. The Oilers struck first what they wanted to do. They were physical. They created chances. They created turnovers in the offensive zone, but they were thwarted a number of times by Bobrovsky. Now, the bad part is the Oilers... their penalty kill, gave up a goal after you make a challenge.
Yep.
And that's a tough one. And then the power play. They have a 4-3 power play. And Mooner and I were down there talking during it. To me, a 4-3 power play is almost automatic. There's so much room on the ice. There's so many passing lanes, shooting lanes. And the Oilers moved around, and Bobrovsky made a couple big saves. There were 2 saves that they were almost pass shots that were made by the Oilers trying to hit backdoor Nugent Hopkins, and Bobrovsky got out in front of them. There weren't even shots on net.
Right.
They were probably about a foot higher than the far post, but Bobrovsky read the play, and that's what separates great goaltenders from all the rest, is they read the plays. So there was a lot of good in that period, but unfortunately the Oilers have found that the Florida Panthers are a good hockey club.
Yes.
And when they get good goaltending to great goaltending, they are a tough out.
Okay, let's talk about their forecheck. I'm talking about Florida's forecheck here. Seemed to be disrupting play a little bit, but the Oilers can adjust.
Well, it's funny. It was at times, but as aggressive as the Panthers were, and at times created turnovers in the offensive zone, they only got 7 shots.
Right.
So in a game, and they had, 2 power plays or 3 power plays, so they had 7 shots, 5 on 5. I don't know how many shots they had, probably 5 or less. So as much as the Florida Panthers are a good forechecking team, they really didn't create a whole lot of it. And as much as they forechecked, they gave up 15 shots again, so they were in their own zone a whole lot. So Edmonton did a lot of good things in that period, but in that period, there was the goal that was scored by Bennett that was challenged.
Okay.
And it was, I can see both sides of the argument. Moon and I are sitting together. Kulak clipped the back of Bennett's skate. That caused Bennett to fall. Did Bennett help himself a little bit further? Maybe, but he did get tripped. His skate got tripped by Kulak, and that's why he fell. So there's that goal, and then you challenge it, and then you give up the power play goal again. So really, it was about a 1.5 minute sequence of that first period that the Florida Panthers did their damage. For the rest, in large parts of that period, the Oilers were the better team.
Sam Bennett falling into an Oiler netminder is a bit of a surprise, I'm sure, to most people.
I mean, we saw that. Yeah, but we saw that in the last series. Corey Perry's good at it. Canes. When you've got goaltenders playing very, very well, you talk in the dressing room, crowd them in the blue paint, bump them if you can. You don't want to take penalties, but you want to make it harder for them. And on that one there, Bennett was fighting for space in front of the net. He got clipped the back of his skate, and you're going to fall down. Now, did he go a little further? Maybe. But in all honesty, you're taught that as a player. If you're falling, well, if you're going to fall in a certain direction, you may as well fall towards the goaltender. To me, Mooner and I, we thought that it was be a goal after we watched that replay.
Right.
It was, and then the power play goal that Marchand scored. I mean, the Oilers did a really good job on the Florida Panthers' first unit, but the second unit all of a sudden comes out, and you got a Brad Marchand, who is a superstar and has been for years in this league. He's on the second unit, and he's not going to make any mistake. Great play by Nate Schmidt. Right. He froze everyone on the ice, including Stuart Skinner, and when he gave it to Brad Marchand, he had all the time in the world to hit an open net.
Okay, so what kind of adjustments do you make? I thought the crowd kind of lost a little enthusiasm in the last 5 minutes, but why wouldn't they?
I'm not worried about the crowd. I think that I don't know if there's a whole lot of adjustments. I mean, you controlled play. You limited a very good Florida team to 7 shots.
Yeah.
And the Florida Panthers had 2 power plays or 3 power plays.
Had 2, they were 1 for 2.
So they had 2 power plays, and you only gave up 7 shots. That's really good. You had 15 shots, you're on pace for 45 as a team. That's really good. The one thing I would think that they'll talk about, try to get in the eyes of Bobrovsky. A lot of the saves he made, he could see.
Yeah.
Bobrovsky's one of the best, if not, I would say he's probably the best money goalie in the world right now. 3 straight years to the finals probably helps my case on that. So if he sees it, he's going to stop it. So get in his eyes. The goal that went in, that Bennett was in front of and fell into, or Skinner, before that, I mean, Skinner didn't see the puck. So that is just being in the right place. So I think the Oilers just have to crowd the crease a little bit more.
Okay, what didn't you like from the Oilers in that period? Was there very much? Well, because they did some positives.
Well, no, it was a good period, but the one thing that you can't do is shoot yourself in the foot. And
right.
Corey Perry, he got a high sticking penalty, and it was an easy call. His stick was lazy, up in the air, and it came across the face of Forsling. He had a breakaway out of it, but there was a high stick. So there's a high sticking penalty you don't need to take. And then you're on the power play. You have a 5-on-4. The place is buzzing. You get your chance to tie the game. Puck's in the corner, and Corey Perry gets his stick in the feet of, I believe it was Reinhart. Again, easy call. And Perry knew he did it because he dropped his stick, but damage is already done. So if there's anything you don't want to continue is don't make it easier for the Panthers. Don't take the stick infractions. Those are penalties that, if you get a penalty for stopping a goal or stopping a scoring chance, or if you get a penalty for being incredibly aggressive with physical contact, those are the ones you kill off. But when you get a penalty, a stick infraction for a trip or a lazy high stick, those come back and haunt you. So I think discipline, just a little bit better control of the stick as this game moves forward.
Okay, Rob, thanks. We'll talk to you coming up in intermission number 2. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Play Alberta has hundreds of casino games right at your fingertips. Join thousands discovering why Fortune Coin is one of Alberta's most popular games. Fill your reels with golden coins. Multiply your prizes up to 6 times and turn good spins into legendary ones. Land the Fortune Coin symbol to win cash. Trigger the jackpot. Launch the free spins bonus and watch as the dragon takes over your screen. New players get 100 free spins only on playalberta.ca. Claim your offer today. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Our people, our team. It's what business owners almost always say is their most important resource. But strong businesses don't just find great people. They make sure their teams stay healthy, engaged, and performing at their best. A benefits plan from Alberta Blue Cross is more than just drug and dental. They support the whole person with flexible coverage levels that fit the size and circumstance of your business. Find a plan that gets results at ab.bluecross.ca.
Do you have tickets to an upcoming event at Rogers Place that you can't attend? Donate your tickets to the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation Seats for Kids program, presented by Eagle Builders. Seats for Kids provides unused game tickets for charities, allowing children and families to enjoy hockey at Rogers Place. And for many, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be a part of the Seats for Kids program presented by Eagle Builders, please email edmonton@kidsupfront.com. That's edmonton@kidsupfront.com.
This is Global News at the first intermission. I'm Zach Ferguson. This morning, a little after 12:30, police responded to reports of a shooting at a residence in the area of 16th Avenue and 65th Street Southwest in Walter Lakes and found a 41-year-old man with injuries. First aid was administered, but he died. Homicide detectives are now looking into what happened, and an autopsy is scheduled for tomorrow. Another wildfire evacuation order has been issued in northeastern Alberta. Lac-La-Biche County issued the alert around 3:20 this afternoon. People in the area of southern Winifred Lake and Grist Lake have been told to leave their homes immediately due to an out-of-control wildfire. Alberta's Premier Danielle Smith says that she's invited Prime Minister Mark Carney to watch an Edmonton Oilers Stanley Cup final game. Smith says she's waiting to see if Carney will join her for Game 5, which could happen next weekend before the G7 conference. Canada faces calls on multiple fronts to retaliate against the U.S., who doubled levies on steel and aluminum overnight to 50%. Canada's steel industry joined the NDP, Ontario's Premier, and even some Liberal MPs pushing for quick retaliation. I'm Zach Ferguson. Your next scheduled newscast will be at the second intermission on 880 CHED.
Hey, Edmonton. Ever think about who gets your hard-earned money when you buy groceries or gas? For all you know, it could be buying a second yacht or private jet. But at Co-op, they put it right back into the community. That's because they're owned by 120,000 everyday Edmontonians, not a corporation. Feel good about where your money goes when you shop Co-op. Visit in-store for details.
If you've got educational goals, Portage College is ready to provide the assist. Portage College has over 30 programs, with some offered through blended delivery or entirely online. At Portage College, certificates, diplomas, apprenticeships, degree pathways, and micro-credentials are all within your reach. And just like any good team, it feels more like a family. With their small class sizes, you'll feel right at home in no time. To learn more about Portage College, visit portagecollege.ca. Portage College. It's about you.
Tired of skyrocketing energy bills? Switch to clean, affordable power with Horizon Solar. Whether you want to cut costs, go green, or increase your home's value, Horizon Solar has you covered with tailored solar energy solutions. With current government incentives, there's never been a better time to make the switch. Own your power, control your bills, live sustainably. For your free assessment, call Horizon Solar today or visit horizonsolar.com to get started. Horizon Solar, where going green makes sense.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Bring Griffiths back at Rogers Place after 20 minutes of play. It is 2-1 Florida leading the Edmonton Oilers. Usually we do the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers, but this is the only NHL game going on today, so let's do a little quick recap. Oilers got on the board at 1:06 of the first period. Leon Draisaitl, his 8th of the year from Kapanen, and Wallman made it 1-0 Oilers. Then it was Sam Bennett deflecting a point shot. It was Verhaeghe and Tkachuk with the assists. That one was disputed by the Oilers, but it went Florida's way. So sure enough, a few seconds later, it was Brad Marchand, his 5th of the year from Schmidt and Rodrigues. And that's where we stand after 20 minutes. It's 2-1 Florida leading the Oilers going into the second period. Out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Second period is up next at the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Four Dealers Edmonton Oilers hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the intermission has been brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing:
taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's two things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Chemco is more than just a trusted local name. Chemco has been building industry across Canada for more than 60 years. From engineering through to commissioning, construction, maintenance, and beyond, Chemco's multidiscipline approach stands firmly on the belief that Chemco cares. It's not just what they do, it's how they do it. Visit Chemco.com and discover how they can support your project today. Chemco, proud fans of the Edmonton Oilers, serving and supporting communities across Canada for over 60 years. Hockey season is back. And so are the deals at Boston Pizza. Cheer on your team while ordering off their game day menu, or come in and see what great promotions they have going on. At Boston Pizza, they always have something craveable for you to enjoy. Boston Pizza, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Cheers to a great hockey season.
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing, taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's two things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
The Oilers 50-50 presented by Rogers, now live for the Stanley Cup Final. Early bird prizing including a signed McDavid Four Nations jersey and $10,000 cash, as well as a Ford Bronco. Puck drop to start the second period, and the Florida Panthers pump it into the Edmonton zone immediately. Playing 5-on-5 with a score 2-1 in favor of the Panthers. Verhaeghe and Marchand for Florida. For Edmonton, Leon Draisaitl. Here's Corey Perry in from the right-hand side. Oilers right to left in the home blues for the second period. A backhander in front redirected off Bobrovsky's pads and calmly flipped the other way by Evan Rodriguez. Main jackpot now over $2.8 million as part of that Oilers 50-50. A reset for Darnell Nurse. Opening minute, second period. Edmonton having outshot Florida 14-7 officially in the first. Draisaitl trying to bulldoze his way up the right-hand side. Lundell will toss it back in. Luostarinen in on the forecheck. A hard rim by Skinner off of Bouchard's body. And here's Darnell Nurse. Right-hand side. Flicked ahead by Marchand and cleared back the other way by the Panthers. Skinner to knock it down for Nurse. Another reset. Kulak presenting himself as an outlet. Instead, it goes up the right-hand side to Kasperi Kapanen. Verhaeghe worked it back through the neutral zone. Kulak skates away from traffic. Evander Kane unable to shovel it in. And the Panthers hold their blue line. And a 2-1 lead as a result. Kulak over to Nurse. Fires one up the middle. Spilled in by Kapanen. That's off the plexi. Wrap-up situation in the corner. Sam Bennett. Crowd trying to get the Oilers into it here. Trent Frederick for Edmonton. He was checked hard by Kulikov. Ripped around the boards and dislodged off the half wall, but right to Verhaeghe and his outlet on target. Sprinting up ice. Bennett. Wrist shot. Score! Florida extends to a 3-1 lead. Sam Bennett with his league-leading 11th.
That was an exceptional play by the Florida Panthers on their exit out of the zone, and they swung the puck across. And Bennett, who's added some goal-scoring dimension at his best season this year, finishes it off high to LeBacker's side as John Klingberg had stepped up. The Oilers had no backside support. And that was a pretty nice finish there from Sam Bennett. Got to give him credit.
It's his second of the game. They awarded him a goal in the first period. Verhaeghe thought he had scored, but no. It's Bennett from Verhaeghe and Tkachuk officially. So Sam Bennett on the board for a second time tonight and give him a league-leading 12 now in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Worked up the left-hand side. You've got Nosek tossing it down low. Grabbed by Jake Woolman, who was hurt briefly in the first period. Appears to have shaken it off. And now McDavid up the right-hand side. Open man, grabbed Corey Perry. One-timer whistled wide. A good look for Woolman, but did not hit the net. 2.5 gone by in the second period, and Florida has taken a 3-1 lead. Sam Bennett, second of the game, 12th of the postseason. Snapped ahead for Podkolzin. Too far. Bobrovsky wanted an icing call, but Podkolzin got into the grill, and now Bouchard with a right point shot that was deflected wide, and two Oilers collided. Janmark hit Arvidsson, and the Panthers are away with a puck. No stick. Rodriguez sent it over to Barkov, not realizing he didn't have a stick. Somehow the Panthers keep it alive, and Rodriguez flailing as he fell on his own accord in the corner. Arvidsson the other way, shoots and scores. Bobrovsky, beaten glove side, one he'd like to have back. And Edmonton gets a break. Victor Arvidsson with his second goal of the playoffs, and the Oilers are within 3-2.
Well, to paraphrase Wayne Gretzky, who's in the house, you don't score on 100% of the shots you don't take. And that time, Arvidsson, Podkolzin with a little bit of a flyby, and you said it. Sergei Bobrovsky, I tell you, he's got to have that quick response from Edmonton after Bennett's second goal of the game.
So Bennett from Schmidt and Verhaeghe, and the Oilers roar right back. Barely a minute later. Minute 17 between the goals. Bennett's came exactly 2 minutes into the second period. Arvidsson pulls the Oilers within 3-2. And now, of course, you're going to hear the crowd get all over Bobrovsky. Off the draw, the Oilers dump it in. Marchand, a good play off the half wall. Luostarinen gives way to Seth Jones. Wrist shot off the Russian to save Skinner in the rebound. That would not have counted, as that was played with a high stick and swatted wide. The Oilers come the other way, right to left. Kane to Leon Draisaitl. Bobrovsky with a handoff. A big hit laid on Mikkola down low by Evander Kane, and Draisaitl able to get going here. Off the corner and cleared by Luostarinen. But Podkolzin and Bouchard with the assists on Arvidsson's second of the playoffs. Oilers dump it in. Get back to work on the forecheck. Brown. Pried loose by Matthew Tkachuk, who now owns possession of the puck. Checked by Klingberg. Seth Jones carves it up to Sam Bennett, and it's cleared back through center. Panthers briefly held a 3-1 lead, but now, as you can tell, the crowd revved up behind me as the Oilers have pulled within 3-2. Wallman looking for the tying goal. He was hip-checked and sent flying by Kulikov, and Wallman's shaken up for a second time tonight.
That was a trip.
Klingberg fell down. Verhaeghe heads for the Oiler net. Backhander, and he never got it off. Had his stick lifted at the last moment. A tremendous defensive play by Connor Brown. Verhaeghe looked like he was in, Bob, but Brown got back, lifted the stick, and no shot ever materialized for Carter Verhaeghe, whose apparent goal in the first was tipped in by Bennett. So you've got a 3-2 game, and so you can tell behind me the crowd agreed with Bob's assessment of the non-trip on the last sequence. Perry shoots it in. Nugent-Hopkins checked hard by Nate Schmidt. Nudged ahead for Sam Reinhart, and now Rodriguez left to right. He'll beat Ekholm at the blue line. Bouchard comes over to hack it away, and Ekholm launches ahead through the wickets of Nugent-Hopkins and settled by Forsling. Fired a dart down the middle intended for Rodriguez, and no puck touch, which means icing against Florida as Ekholm got back defensively. 14-15 to play in a wildly entertaining game one.
It was Wes McCauley that tripped John Klingberg that led to the scoring chance. Wes is an older official, and this is a fast league where everybody can skate. I mean, Wes has great poise, knows how to manage a game. And that time, just the heels clicked, and that created a scoring opportunity for the Panthers.
Off the draw, high floater sent back the other way. Panthers clear the zone. Kulak to Darnell Nurse, wired back in. Sergei Bobrovsky, here's the taunts. It comes into the slot. Here's a drive, and Darnell Nurse did not get it through. Big hit on Kapanen. thrown by Luostarinen, and the puck loose in the corner. Ekblad fell down on his own accord. Barkov couldn't get it out. Draisaitl guides it back to Nurse across to Kulak. He shoots, and that was deflected in front of Bobrovsky. Panthers had a chance to clear, and Luostarinen got just enough to muscle it back through the middle. Capping it ahead for Leon Draisaitl, right wing, and he's cut off by Forsling. And a big forecheck by Evander Kane on Sasha Barkov. Sent up the right-hand side by Ekblad. That's twice Forsling has gotten a healthy chunk of Leon Draisaitl tonight at Rogers Place. 3-2 Florida. Oilers a hard rim around the boards. Podkolzin, who set up the goal to Arvidsson, and he just missed a lead pass looking for Janmark in front of the Florida net. Panthers able to chip and charge the other way. Brad Marchand, who scored his 8th career goal in the Stanley Cup final. This is his 21st game in the final round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. That gave Florida a 2-1 lead, briefly 3-1, now 3-2. Wallman through the middle. Arvidsson back to the corner for Podkolzin. Matthew Tkachuk with a steal, and the Panthers come the other way. Bennett and Verhaeghe. Bennett stayed on side. I don't know how he did it. Sent in deep, and Bennett goes to work from beneath the goal line, and he is powered down. Well played by Matthias Janmark, and the Oilers able to get a clear. Matthew Tkachuk misfired on a play intended for Kulikov, who has to reset for Florida with 12:20 to go in this second period.
This is the frenetic energy and physicality we expected tonight.
No touch for Boqvist. That'll be icing against Florida with 12:14 to go in the second period, and the Panthers leading by a score of 3-2. I think, Bennett scoring to make it 3-1, I think that magnifies how important the bounce-back goal from Victor Arvidsson
all
was.
day, and the fact that you got it from some of the non-usual suspects. But this year, that's been a reoccurring theme for the Edmonton Oilers, Jack.
I was going to say, that's the norm, not the exception. Off the draw. Oilers on the puck. Corey Perry looking for McDavid. Pursued by Nate Schmidt. This should be a matchup that favors Edmonton here. Nugent Hopkins closing quickly. Trying to clear the puck was Brad Marchand. Couldn't do it. Kulikov to Tomas Nosek, and he'll bring it up the right-hand side for Marchand. Puts the brakes on right half boards. Avoids a couple of checks. Bouchard, nevertheless, able to dislodge the puck. Kept alive by Nosek, and a quick off-balance shot taken by Boqvist on his way off the ice. Save Skinner. Ekblad on the rebound. Here's Barkov. McDavid right there to muscle the puck off his stick, and the Oilers will get it clear. Perry against Forsling. Racing up the middle as McDavid couldn't make a play. Sam Reinhart cuts left, shoots, and a save made by Skinner from the left circle. Bouchard comes up with a rebound and staggers his way to center, only to have his pocket picked by Rodriguez, who then got belted by McDavid, lifted back in by the Oilers. Everybody hits. Ekblad up the right-hand side. Took a weird hop off the boards. Reinhart couldn't get there, and the Oilers come up with a puck. It's Trent Frederick at his own blue line nearly halfway through this second period. Edmonton trailing 3-2. Wristed in deep by Kulak. Here's Trent Frederick with Lundell on him. Whipped around the right-hand side. Panthers will try to pin it in the corner. 4 players scrum in the corner. Dug out by Reinhart of the Panthers. And Lundell scampers to center before shooting it in. Skinner to knock it down. Lead pass left wing, Trent Frederick. Cross ice, and that was not touched and will turn into an icing call. Not able to get a stick on that puck was Connor Brown.
It's an unforced error there, Jack.
10:21 to play, period 2, and 3-2 for the Florida Panthers.
Good blocker save from Skinner. Adam Henrique's at 53% in the circle. This is an important D-zone draw for him against Bennett, who's having a great game.
Sam Bennett, 2 goals tonight, 12 in this Stanley Cup playoff run, and now 37 in his career in the playoffs. Off the draw, the Oilers are going to be whistled for an icing.
So we would watch him when he played with Calgary
and wonder why he didn't fit.
Right,
especially when Daryl Sutter got there.
They ended up getting a couple second rounders for him, but
He's got 37 goals in 102 career Stanley Cup playoff games. And again, he calls to mind Claude Lemieux with how his game seems to elevate when the Stanley Cup playoffs arrive.
Better fighter. He's legitimately tough.
Face-off win for Bennett. Gets it back from Tkachuk and hammered one off the collarbone of Skinner. And then Seth Jones shot one wide from the top of the right circle. Rebound. Connor Brown is on it for the Oilers. He'll give it up for Kulak. Lead pass looking for Frederick. Intercepted by Seth Jones. Punch back inside the Oiler line. Scooped up and cleared by Brown. Halfway through the hockey game. Game 1 of this best-of-7 Stanley Cup final. Bob and I will have Game 2, 6:20 Mountain Time on Friday night. Then the series shifts to Florida for 3 and 4. Evander Kane lifts it down the right-hand side. Kapanen, what a spin move by Draisaitl, but the last moment he was stripped by Tkachuk. Ekblad jumps up, and from center ice, he'll shoot it in for Florida. Panthers in the white uniforms moving left to right in period 2. Draisaitl able to bump it back to center. Kapanen throws it rink wide over to John Klingberg. Back to Draisaitl. Charging in against Forsling. Goes to a spirited battle in this game, and it's Draisaitl finishes his check, and a blast by Wallman is swallowed up by Ekblad and cleared by Anton Lundell. Marchand wisely shoots it in for Florida with 9 minutes to go in the second period. Here's a steal for the Panthers. Rich shot to save on Barkov by Stuart Skinner. Luostarinen with a steal. A blast by Schmidt. Save, and then a great stop on the rebound. Luostarinen. Rich shot. Reinhart had it blocked. And all of a sudden, the Panthers peppering the Edmonton net. Janmark with a key goal-saving block potentially, Bob. Evander Kane able to muscle it back through center, and Janmark too far for Kasperi Kapanen. Lead pass on the right-hand side at Sam Reinhart. Trying to get through Arvidsson. Unsuccessful in that endeavor. John Klingberg comes over to take control of the puck and hit Ekholm. Left wing shot, no. Deflected by Kulikov, and it floats wide. But Colson twists it around the boards for Ekholm. A shot, and that was elevated up off the plexi, handled by Rodriguez. Not out of the zone just yet. Kulikov will spin and locate a bouncing puck. Janmark's all over him. Quickly, Seth Jones tries to snap it up to center and does so, where it's settled by Ekholm of Edmonton, who dumps it back in. Jones to the middle for Evan Rodriguez. 8 minutes to go in this rapidly moving second period. Rodriguez shoots it in for the Panthers. Evan Bouchard over to Matthias Ekholm. Looks up ice. Corey Perry. He got flattened. A hard hit right in the small of his back by Ekblad. And a couple cross checks from Matthew Tkachuk on Corey Perry. Bouchard takes an outlet from Ekholm and sends one into the corner of the Florida zone. Ekblad mishandled it. And off that turnover, Nugent Hopkins up top. Shot. Deflected. Meanwhile, Perry is wrapped up with Ekblad. Was not available to grab the rebound, and the crowd felt he was held. Nugent Hopkins inside his own blue line. 7:15 to go in the second period. Just a cavalcade of sound here at Rogers Place. What an atmosphere for a Game 1 Stanley Cup final. Lifted in deep by Ekblad. Settled by Kulak. Up to Darnell Nurse. He'll shoot it in from the red line. That'll kick off the plexi. And it's Forsling with Connor Brown on him. Pitchfork safely out of the zone by the Panthers. And Wallman makes a nifty move around Brad Marchand. Nurse to Connor Brown. Poke checked off his stick. Adam Henrique is there for the Oilers, looking for the equalizer. Slap pass. Wallman, backhander, save made. Bobrovsky. Forsling went down to block it as well. Henrique up top. Wallman, slide step on Marchand with 6.5 to go in the second period. Shot, double deflection, and a save made by Bobrovsky. Frederick, the last man to touch the puck for the Oilers, and Bobrovsky somehow kept it out, atoning for that earlier soft goal he issued to Arvidsson. Here's a lead, look, and launch for the Panthers that's going to be whistled for icing as Ekholm got back. 6:18 to go in the second period. It's been a furious pace. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup final has lived up to its advanced billing, and it's hard to believe that it's matched the overhype. But Bob, I'll tell you what, we're not even 2 periods into this series, and it feels like an instant classic.
And Evander Kane's trying to get Ekblad going. There's no chance Ekblad will take that fight. Ratcheting up here.
Bobrovsky, a good save on that double deflection.
Yeah, and then
in front of him.
Frederick just couldn't pick it up cleanly.
Panthers have outshot the Oilers 9-2 in this second period, but Arvidsson's soft goal has sawed it off.
And Skinner with a couple great saves. Otherwise, they would have restored their 2-goal lead.
And a key shot block by Janmark. Here's Evander Kane. Pass not handled by Bouchard. Panthers come through the middle, shoveled in by Luo Starina. That's grabbed by Matthias Ekholm. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, sold-out crowd in Edmonton, Alberta. Just a gorgeous afternoon. And the two best teams in the National Hockey League collide with a cup at stake. Here's Draisaitl. A little give and go with McDavid. 5-on-5, they're on together. Shot by Bouchard and a sprawling right pad save made by Sergei Bobrovsky. Seth Jones the other way for Florida. He'll fling it around the boards. Barkov to Sam Reinhart. Shadowed by McDavid. Rodriguez comes over. Gets it right back from Nico Mikkola. Front of the net, Sam Reinhart skates away from the half wall. A shot redirected. Mikkola couldn't get the rebound. Barkov pursuing, blasted back in by Mikkola, but from center ice. Rodriguez first on the puck for Florida. Matthew Tkachuk backs his way in, heads for the net, only to see it clubbed back the other way by Bouchard. Rolling puck, Bobrovsky with traffic going up the middle, and a perfectly executed pass to Tkachuk. Right circle, loads and fires, and what a play by Arvidsson. A key back check, wrist shot, whistled wide by Nate Schmidt. Rebound thrown back to Schmidt. Looks for Kulikov, a one-timer, and that was blocked. And the Oilers have numbers coming the other way. But Kulikov able to cancel those out when he made a hard play on Janmark. Over to Arvidsson, and he'll wrist it down low. Here's Janmark, a drive, and that went off Schmidt. Stayed out. Janmark around the boards. Corey Perry on the puck for Edmonton. He'll drop it off, but Colson up top. Sent across to Darnell Nurse. Top of the left circle. Trying to get around Matthew Tkachuk. Can't do it. Forced off and now waved at, and Kulikov is able to shrug off a check. The puck rolled in front briefly. Tkachuk got there, and here comes Sam Bennett. 2-on-2 for the Panthers, left to right. He'll drop it off over the line for Schmidt. He got blasted into the boards by Nugent Hopkins. Settled down, and on to Verhaeghe. A shot, and that might have kissed the leather of Stuart Skinner, but Darnell Nurse got a stick in the lane and may have elevated that up over top. A shot by Forsling stays out from the left point, and a rebound held in by Ekblad. 3-2 Florida. Lundell shoots wide. Forsling will step up, take it off the left half boards, and a wrist shot disappears into the midsection of Stuart Skinner. And finally, we're going to take our first break, I believe, of the second period. 3:52 to go. What action between these two? Edmonton, Florida, game 1 of this best-of-7 Stanley Cup final. And the scoreboard reads, Florida 3, Edmonton 2. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey Edmonton, big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Proudly headquartered in oil country, Capital Power is delivering reliable and affordable power today while building clean power systems for tomorrow, creating the balanced energy solutions communities across Alberta and North America can depend on. Visit capitalpower.com to learn how they are powering change by changing power. Be part of their energy and join Capital Power as we all cheer on our Edmonton Oilers on their quest to win it all.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon scoring in Leduc. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
Hey Edmonton, big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
3-2 hockey game in favor of Florida. 3:52 to play in a second period that has seen the Panthers, who were outshot 14-7 in the first, come back to outshoot the Oilers 11-3 in the second. And when Sam Bennett made 3-1 2 minutes into this second period, it looked like the Panthers might be ready to pull away, but Sergei Bobrovsky issued a soft one to Victor Arvidsson. Off his glove and in. And it's remained 3-2 ever since. Stuart Skinner has settled in. Off the draw to the right of Skinner, won by Adam Henrique. Quarterbacking is Klingberg. This second period has moved in lightning-fast fashion. Forsling thundered into by Connor Brown. Frederick joins the fray. Ekblad tried to go against the grain back to Forsling, and it succeeds when Forsling lifts it out of the zone, and that was going to roll dead at the feet of Stuart Skinner. So Ekholm will take over as we go inside 3.5 minutes to play in period 2. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you. High atop Rogers Place in our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Home of no interest, no payments for 1 year. Ekholm's outlet pass is deflected into the Florida bench, occupied by Paul Maurice. Chris Knobloch, 27-14 in his Stanley Cup playoff career on the Oiler bench.
Stationary breakout there for Edmonton. You kind of like to get the puck out of your own zone. And they're taking away that play where Edmonton sends a defenseman up the middle of the ice, and he basically stops, pops, and drops, hits a forward breaking. Florida, they will have their D chase low in the Oilers' offensive zone to thwart plays and eliminate, almost completely opposite of how Los Angeles plays neutral zone.
Off the draw, quick shot by Lundell, stopped by goaltender Stuart Skinner. Here's a give and go, and the return. Kapanen got away for the check. Luostarinen. That was an obvious interference call, but the Panthers break up a rush the other way and wrist one high and wide. Luostarinen. Rebound came off the boards of Evander Kane. Got it to Ekholm, and then offered it up, looking for Klingberg, who clears back to center. He'll jump up. Tkachuk was drilled and dropped to the ice by Evander Kane. Was he the sixth guy out there, Bob?
Yep, he was.
I thought so. They got away with one. Both teams get away with one. There was clear interference. I mean, Kapanen absolutely belted Luostarinen. Mikkel up the right-hand side. One touch, Tkachuk. Sam Bennett will shoot it in. These two teams so physical. You're going to see that more than one occasion in this series as Tkachuk rolls one at the feet of Stuart Skinner from a sharp angle. He'll scoop it up, and with 2:18 to go in the second period, we will take another break from Rogers Place. Witness to a terrific Game 1 thus far of the Stanley Cup Final. Late second, it's Florida 3, Edmonton 2, a Stanley Cup Final rematch right here, the Oilers Radio Network.
When it comes to your new home, nothing should stop you from getting exactly what you want. Coventry Homes puts your needs front and center. They won't dig past your questions about customization, and making changes won't get you sent to the penalty box. With their customizable designs and flexible options, your game-changing home is within reach. Score big with flexibility. By Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Play Alberta has hundreds of casino games right at your fingertips. Join thousands discovering why Fortune Coin is one of Alberta's most popular games. Fill your reels with golden coins. Multiply your prizes up to 6 times and turn good spins into legendary ones. Land the Fortune Coin symbol to win cash. Trigger the jackpot. Launch the free spins bonus and watch as the dragon takes over your screen. New players get 100 free spins only on playalberta.ca. Claim your offer today. If you gamble, use your game sense.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the black appearance package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your Alberta Ford store or visit Ford.ca today.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
With the puck set to be dropped to the right of Stuart Skinner, Connor Brown comes onto the ice to join McDavid and Nugent Hopkins in Perry's spot. Ekholm and Bouchard defensively. Welcome back inside Rogers Place. The energy cascading throughout this building for Game 1 of the final. Florida 3, Edmonton 2. The Oilers scored 66 seconds in. Panthers got the next 3, and then Arvidsson scored off the glove of Bobrovsky to keep this a 3-2 game. Florida leading, having been outshot 14-7 in the first. The Panthers have come back and outshot the Oilers 13-3 here in the second.
It's been a clinic from Florida in the second. Oilers are going to have to dig in here.
Well, one guy who's digging in is we're having more puck drop issues in this face-off circle, which is frustrating for everyone involved. But Stuart Skinner has come up with the goods after we saw Bobrovsky make a number of quality saves in the first period. Skinner has done likewise here in the second. Draw one by Verhaeghe. Here's Forsling to Matthew Tkachuk. Wrist shot does not make its way through. Boy, Jake Wallman's getting beat up in this game. That's a painful block for Wallman. His second of the game. Here's Bennett. Has scored twice. Pursued by McDavid. One-timer Ekblad. And a save made by Stuart Skinner against the first overall pick in the 2014 draft. And Bob, it doesn't end there, does it?
Well, there's four of them. First four players from that draft are in this game. Obviously, Sam Reinhart went second to Buffalo. And then Leon Draisaitl, considered the best player from that draft year, went third. And Sam Bennett tonight's been the best player. He's been directly involved in all three goals. Disputed goal, ended up getting a piece of it. That resulted in an Oilers challenge that they lost. They got a power play goal, and then he's got the go-ahead goal. Well, it's a 3-1 goal. And right now, he's been a huge difference tonight.
And there's one other first-round pick from that 14 draft in this game. Here's a shot by Sam Reinhart that dribbles into the waiting arms of Stuart Skinner as the Oilers defend it well, and Reinhart did not get all he wanted on that shot. Skinner makes a routine save.
Couple changes here. Arvidsson, who's scored a goal here, he is up with the Edmonton Oilers, Leon Draisaitl and Evander Kane.
And that means the other first-round pick from 2014 has been dropped off that line for right now.
Yep.
Kasperi Kapanen went 22nd that year to Pittsburgh.
They keep winning draws.
Here's a drive and a redirect off of Niko Mikkola. Gobbled up on the rebound by Seth Jones, a wraparound, and that was kept out by a combination of Skinner and Nurse. Leon Draisaitl leaves it for Nurse, and then a weird hop off the stanchion right to the Panthers, and Skinner with a poke check on Barkov keeps it out. And the Oilers still trail just 3-2 with Kane and Draisaitl steaming the other way, and Kane just missed Draisaitl, who was slashed. This is going to be a penalty against Florida. Arvidsson behind the net for Draisaitl. Get worked over by Mikkola in the corner, and the action called to a halt with 1:13 to go. And Mikkola was exchanging forearm shivers with Leon Draisaitl, and then Evander Kane put an end to that. Darnell Nurse in support of Kane. And they're going to bring the face-off outside the zone because Nurse came beneath the circles. So this power play will start in the neutral zone when we come back. But the Oilers
high stick.
On a high stick, not a slash. My apologies. We'll be on the power play. That power play presented by Atco Energy is on the way. Evan Rodriguez to the box. Panthers 3, Edmonton 2. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. Live coverage of Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Today you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in Oil Country. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Today you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in Oil Country. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, Sam Bennett has tied an NHL record. 11 of his 12 goals in this Stanley Cup postseason have come on the road. Only Mark Scheifele for Winnipeg back in 2018 had ever done that. helping put the Panthers ahead 3-1. But Arvidsson got one back in this second period, and now Edmonton will look to tie it before we head to the third. Minute 13 to go. Rodriguez in the box for high sticking, and the Oilers on the Atco power play. McDavid, Draisaitl, Nugent Hopkins, Perry, and Bouchard. Your Atco Energy power play quintet. Atco, your trusted Alberta retailer, and Draisaitl will take the draw against Barkov, and of course he won't. Chased off the dot, replaced by McDavid. It's a neutral zone face-off because Nurse came beneath the circles to help Evander Kane muscle Nico Mikkola out of a confrontation involving Draisaitl. McDavid won a face-off, tried to dance around Sam Reinhart, couldn't do it. Now McDavid dialing it up against Bouchard. Right-hand side, he'll give it up to Evan Bouchard from Draisaitl over to Nugent Hopkins. Bouchard high slot, 1 minute to play, period 2. Edmonton looking for the equalizer. Bouchard a shot and a save made. Sergei Bobrovsky. Rebound sent to the corner for McDavid, who trades spots with Nugent Hopkins. Top of the left circle, sidecar is Bouchard. Over to Leon Draisaitl outside the right circle, close to his office. Bouchard, McDavid, left face-off dot. Bouchard to Draisaitl, one-timer, and that stayed out. A deflection to McDavid, guided back. Here's Bouchard, McDavid, left circle. Nugent Hopkins a shot and a save made. Sergei Bobrovsky. Draisaitl the rebound to McDavid. Draisaitl and a one-timer block. Draisaitl got it back, calling for it. Bouchard, he'll give it to him high slot. 15 seconds to go in the period. McDavid, Draisaitl, one-timer. Bouchard, save Bobrovsky. Rebound. Barkov turns and whips it up the right-hand side, and that'll be all for period 2. The Oilers will have a fresh sheet of ice and approximately 47 seconds on the Atco power play, while Florida will try to extend a winning streak that has now reached 30 in a row. 30 straight victories for the Florida Panthers when leading after 2 periods in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You don't get to 3 consecutive Stanley Cup finals without a few of those statistics. And the Panthers, the defending Stanley Cup champions, take a 3-2 lead to the dressing room after a pretty solid second period turned in Florida. Edmonton had a good first. Florida out shooting the Oilers by a count of 17-8 in the second period. But much as Sergei Bobrovsky kept it close in the first, well, Stuart Skinner did the same in the second.
Sure he did. And Jack, at one point the shots were 17-4 before Edmonton got that power play at the end of the period. I like that power play. They got a lot of shots on the net, and Bobrovsky made some solid saves. So, look, they're playing a heck of a team. That was, if I'm Paul Maurice, he couldn't ask for a better second period other than the goal against Arvidsson. Really, Florida should probably be up by 2 in this game. I mean, that is an atypical goal given up by Sergei Bobrovsky. That said, the Oilers have got a little bit of time here, 47 seconds to work with the power play. They got to get desperate. They got to know that they got to fight for space in tight more. This is a different animal than they saw against Dallas and, frankly, against Vegas. But the one thing we have seen some resiliency from the Oilers this year. It's a 1-goal game. It's a 1-bounce game. And the Oilers are going to have the first opportunity early in the third to see if they can tie it.
Well, you said the key to this series would be getting into the series quicker.
Yeah.
And, obviously following 0-3 down, and the power play didn't really come alive until games 5 and 6. They were 3 for 24 on the man advantage, were the Oilers. What importance, if any, do you place on that first 47 seconds?
Lots. I mean, on the 4-on-3, they had 3 shots. So they've had 7 shots in the power play. They just haven't scored. They've had lots of looks here. Bobrovsky's been very good when Edmonton's been on the power play. Gave up a tough goal against Arvidsson. We've already seen that Florida pressure forecheck, and the Oilers D puking some pucks up under pressure, and the Oilers frankly were lucky to survive that period, only down by 1 goal, Jack.
And they are down 1 goal with 20 minutes to play. Florida 3, Edmonton 2. Of course, a Panther victory, and Florida all of a sudden seizes the home ice advantage that Edmonton worked all season to potentially have head-to-head against Florida. Now, this is not what the Oilers necessarily anticipated, having not had home ice in any of the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. Same could be said for the Florida Panthers. In fact, it's only the second time in the last 60 years that that's happened, where teams have advanced to the Stanley Cup Final without having enjoyed home ice in any of the first 3 rounds. The LA-New Jersey Final in 2012, the other exception. Well, it's Draisaitl and Arvidsson with the first and last goals of this hockey game in between Sam Bennett, a pair, and Brad Marchand with 1 for the Florida Panthers, who lead it 3-2 after 2. We'll be right back with more live coverage from sold-out Rogers Place. Bryn and Rob are straight ahead. This is Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
The Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation 50-50, presented by Rogers, is back and bigger than ever. The largest 50-50 in sports offers early bird draws, bonus raffles, and a main jackpot, which is growing by the second. With over $100 million invested across oil country, your support directly helps kids, families, and communities in need. Maybe you'll be our next winner. Get your tickets right now at EdmontonOilers.com and help make oil country a better place.
AGLC license number 696879.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming an 880 CHED Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment. Sign up now at 880ched.com and click on CHED Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 880 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk, where Edmonton stays informed and entertained today and every day. The intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Alive, and Rodriguez flailing as he fell on his own accord in the corner. Arvidsson the other way, shoots and scores. Bobrovsky, beaten glove side, one he'd like to have back. And Edmonton gets a break. Victor Arvidsson.
And that's our Highlight Zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winner's Zone. Victor Arvidsson's second of the playoffs. A goal Bobrovsky, I'm sure, would love to have back, because for the most part, it was a pretty good period for the Florida Panthers.
It was. It's funny. The first period, I thought the Oilers were a little bit better of the teams, and they were down by a goal. In the second period, Florida was by far the better of the teams, and they tied the period. So when you have your moments, and the Florida Panthers had a number of them in that second period, they weren't able to take advantage of it. And on the goal that Arvidsson scored, it's one Bobrovsky normally stops, but it was made by the play of Podkolzin. Podkolzin drives through the middle, so it's a 3-on-3 more or less. Podkolzin carries the puck across the blue line and continues going forward as he drops the puck to Arvidsson. Both defensemen back off, and that allowed Arvidsson to take the puck from the blue line. He got into about the tops of the circles when he shot the puck, and he had time and space to get. I mean, he's a good shooter. He's got a heavy shot. Bobrovsky probably doesn't like it, but it was a nice play by the Edmonton Oilers and really didn't generate a whole lot in that period. And Bob said it at the end of the period, that this is probably going into the third period, the Panthers should be up 2. And that goal by Arvidsson has it at 1 with the Oilers on the power play. So as bad as it was for the Oilers in the second period, and that was not a good period for the Oilers, they are no worse for the wear, as they are still just down 1 going into the third period.
Dwayne Rollison told me on the pregame show tonight, he said, you got to get in front of Bobrovsky in some way. You've got to make life miserable for him. Are the Oilers doing enough of that?
No, I don't think so. Okay. A lot of the shots that we're seeing Bobrovsky have a good eyesight on it. Now, the Oilers haven't generated as many opportunities in the offensive zone as they did in the previous series, but then again, this is a much better team they're playing against. Florida does not sit back in their own end. They are aggressive, and they will run at you in the corners, and they will run at you at the blue lines, so you don't have a lot of time to make your play. There were a couple times there in the eyes of Bobrovsky, but the pucks missed the net on those. Both goaltenders, when they see it, are going to stop it. To me, though, in that second period, if the Oilers come back and win this hockey game, it was the play of Stuart Skinner. There's probably about 5 or 6 grade A looks that the Panthers had when they were up 1 goal. If they get it back up to a 2-goal spread going into the third period, much harder for the Oilers to come back. But Stuart Skinner, really, really good in that second period. As the Oilers, they leaked grade A chances. That was not a good period defensively, and they escaped it.
Oilers out shooting Florida in the first period 14-7, but that second period 17-6 favoring the Florida Panthers. And they've now taken the lead in that department 24-22.
Well, they were that was a really, really good period by the Florida Panthers. But again, we talk about it all season long, that when you have your moments, when you have your period, when you're the better team, especially when you're significantly better than the opposition, you have to capitalize and you have to be rewarded. And I don't think the Panthers were. They did not extend their lead. They were up by 1 after 1. They're up by 1 after 2 in a period that they were dominant. It's now the Oilers' chance to push back, and the Oilers will have their opportunity here. They start with a power play. Whether they score or not, they need to generate a little bit of flow going forward. They need a little bit of momentum. And in all honesty, one goal in the National Hockey League is nothing. One goal is absolutely nothing for the Edmonton Oilers. So this is... we thought it was going to be an even series, and I think through 40 minutes it's been pretty close.
That slop over, by the way, in the power play, 47 seconds going into period number 3. Hey, this is kind of the way I expected the series to go. I expect both teams to have their moments, and both teams are having their moments.
They are, and you're seeing big saves at big moments by both goaltenders. The physicality, that was the one thing that was most expected between these two teams, and I don't think that's been disappointing. Yeah. Both teams have taken healthy runs at each other. It's funny, the penalties that are called are these little stick infractions that where the stick is it slides across the visor. I mean, Corey Perry did it one way, and then I think it was Rodrigue did it the other way. Those are not any harm. There's no harm coming from those. But yet you've got these huge, massive hits that are borderline charging, borderline high, borderline headshot that aren't getting called. So it's kind of funny that the ones that are getting called are the penalties that cause the least amount of damage. So the Oilers going forward, just keep putting pucks on net. Just continue to push forward.
And hardly a shock, Sam Bennett playing great. 2 goals.
He's a fantastic hockey player. Yeah. He's a Four Nations guy who was fantastic for Canada. At the Four Nations Cup, he is a physical force, but he's got nice hands. And, the breakaway, I guess it was a 2-on-1 that turned into a breakaway. Right. He had to take the puck all the way from his backhand, all the way across his body on Skinner. And that changes the puck angle by about 9 feet from where he picked the puck up to where he took it to. And then it's off the post and in. I mean, anywhere else it probably doesn't go in the net. So Bennett is an excellent hockey player who's about to become very rich this summer. He's an unrestricted free agent.
Yes, he is.
He will have 32 teams chasing him. He is that good a hockey player, and then we saw that through 40 minutes, how effective he can be and dangerous against the Oilers.
What kind of adjustments for the Oilers quickly going into the third period? Much?
After the second period, yes. They really didn't get much going offensively. I do believe they got to get pucks in deep. I think the Florida Panthers were very good stopping the rush. They have good back pressure. They stand you up in the neutral zone. So I think chips behind the defenseman and race. I think that when you try to stick handle through a defenseman or a forward, they've got body positioning. They're not letting you get by. But if you flip it over someone or bounce it off the boards behind, now you can get into a foot race. They're not allowed to touch you. When you're holding the puck, the defender can touch you. If you push the puck behind them, they're not allowed to, and then it turns into a 50-50 puck.
Thanks, Rob. We'll talk to you coming up. Can't say next intermission, can't say at the conclusion of the game because we don't know what's going to happen, right? At the Intermission is brought to you by the End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Businesses deserve the best protection against cyber threats. Alltech offers state-of-the-art IT and cybersecurity solutions to safeguard digital assets. The team of experts at Alltech are dedicated to providing the highest level of security, ensuring that data remains safe and operations are seamless. With Alltech, businesses can focus on growth while the rest is handled. From advanced threat detection to comprehensive data security, Alltech has it covered. Choose Alltech for reliable and effective cybersecurity. Visit alt-tech.ca now to learn more.
Legacy Heating and Cooling Jingle auditions take one for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
We freaking killed it, Nuge.
That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
This is Global News at the second intermission. I'm Zach Ferguson. Homicide detectives are looking into what happened at a residence in the area of 16th Avenue and 65th Street Southwest in Walter Lakes early this morning. Police officers responded to reports of a shooting at the residence and found a 41-year-old man wounded when they arrived. Paramedics did their best, but he later died. As smoky air becomes more of a problem in the warmer months, it seems there are concerns about the effect it has on our lungs. Health Promotion Coordinator with Alberta Lung, Jamie Happy, says kids can experience harsher symptoms from breathing it in, and she recommends staying indoors once the air quality index hits 7. The National Voice of Canada's billion-dollar steel industry says the federal government needs to take swift action as it faces an existential threat from the increased United States tariffs that took effect today. The Canadian Steel Producers Association's Catherine Cobden says the industry will become a deeply weakened sector in short order if 50% levies remain. Mark Garneau, the first Canadian in space who went on to become a high-profile federal politician, has died, with his wife saying he passed surrounded by family. I'm Zach Ferguson. Your next scheduled newscast will be after the game on 880 CHED.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
RS Breakers and Controls, Canada's leader in new, used, tested, and obsolete circuit breakers, MCC buckets, bus plugs, and switches. They have everything you need to maintain your aging electrical infrastructure, ensuring it operates as good as new. Their 24/7 emergency response gets you back up and running quickly, saving valuable time and money. Minimal generators or modifications needed, and like-for-like replacements mean no special inspections. Don't replace, repair your legacy equipment with RS. Visit rsbreakers.com.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
The intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Bryn Griffiths back at Rogers Place. It's 3-2 Florida after 40 minutes of play. Taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. This is it, the only game. I can tell you that after the first period, Florida holding a 2-1 lead. Goals by Bennett and Marchand and Draisaitl for the Oilers. And in the second period, Sam Bennett scoring his second of the hockey game at the 2-minute mark. And then a minute and 17 seconds later, Victor Arvidsson with his second of the season. So that's where we are after 40. Florida leading it 3-2. On a town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the intermission has been brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's best hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's best hotels. Get paid to stay.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue. street. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go!
473-7373, Pizza 73.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Take in the ultimate game day experience at the all-new Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options and off-track betting. Feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Don't miss a second of the action at Century Casino.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's best hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's best hotels. Get paid to stay.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
3-2 hockey game for the Florida Panthers. They lead the Edmonton Oilers, who will be on the power play for the first 47 seconds of this final period. Again, the Panthers have won 30 games in a row in the Stanley Cup playoffs when leading after 2 periods. The Oilers, their first 6 victories this postseason were in come-from-behind fashion. And 3 of those when they trailed after 2. Draisaitl wins the face-off from Nosek, and our Atco power play resumes. Jack, Bob, Bryn, and Rob with you live from Rogers Place, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Panthers with a 3-2 lead, and McDavid's pass to the left wing was deflected. Bouchard put it behind Nosek, race for the puck. Bobrovsky did not make contact with it, kept alive for Draisaitl, and now Bouchard high slot. Bobrovsky missed the puck, and now Edmonton with new life. Here's Draisaitl, operating top of the right circle. He opened the scoring 66 seconds into this game. Bouchard gives it back to Draisaitl. Brief mishandle. Bouchard a one-timer, redirected, backhanded, cross ice, and that was deflected away. The extra pass looking for Nugent Hopkins. Forsling slapped it back to center. Bouchard to McDavid. Quadruple teamed, whistled up the right-hand side. Rodriguez out of the box, and the power play comes to an end. The Oilers are 0 for 3 tonight with a man advantage. The Panthers 1 of 2. Lead pass, left wing Kulak, knocked off his stick, Kapanen. But the team's now skating 5-on-5. Big hit, Mikko Mikkola, and the puck squirted free. Mikkola found it first. The Oilers lost sight of that puck for a while, and Reinhart was able to shake off Kapanen to make certain of a clear in deep. Barkov put it behind the net. That eluded Evan Rodriguez. Evander Kane gave it right back to Rodriguez. From center ice, he'll shoot it in. Line change, Florida. Oilers with a puck. Kulak gets it back from Darnell Nurse. 90 seconds into this final period. Florida 3, Edmonton 2. The Oilers left to right, chipping and charging. But Colson in on Kulikov, who brushed him off up the right-hand side, out of the reach of Matthew Tkachuk. Last year, a shutout for Sergei Bobrovsky in Game 1, and Edmonton lost 3-0 despite outshooting the Panthers by a count of 32-18. Ekholm up the left-hand side. Bennett will drop it for Kulikov. We have not seen a shot on net in the first 2 minutes of the final period. First 2 periods. First was 14-7 for Edmonton on the shot clock, then 17-8 for the Panthers, who dump it in on net. Sam Bennett watches that 2-bouncer disappear into the glove of Stuart Skinner. But Bennett, a smart play, because Florida now will get an ozone draw.
Difference in this game right now, the challenge and then the subsequent power play and the lost challenge by Edmonton on what was awarded a Bennett goal, and they opened up a seam on Edmonton's PK. Florida 1 for 2 in the power play. The Oilers are 0 for 3, and in a 1-goal game, that's enough to be the difference.
Oilers with 16 players back from last year's team that lost in 7 to Florida. The Panthers with 14. Chipped off the glass and out, looking for Connor Brown left wing. Was hacked away from him. Pitchforked the other way by Aaron Ekblad. Grabbed by Luos Storinen. 2-on-2. Anton Lundell. Poke check. Delivered by Klingberg. And off that loose puck, Klingberg burrows his way in to Anton Lundell. Luos Storinen hovering close by. Puck came free. Ekholm on his backhand. He'll lift it safely back to center where it's settled by Ekblad. Up the right-hand boards, and that's controlled by Corey Perry. On to Frederick. He lost the handle. Chipped ahead for Brad Marchand. Centering pass. Backhander. Luostarinen missed the net. What a setup, and Luostarinen busting down the seam, unable to finish.
Got to make sure of it, puck maintenance-wise.
And just 9 goals during the regular season, but 4 here in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Draisaitl weaving his way in and sending it in deep. Perry and McDavid on the ice. As Bob, it remains to be seen. I wonder for the rest of the game, unless the Oilers tie it up, 16:40 to go here in the third period. Is it just one shift, or is it rest of the game? Wallman a shot, and that missed high glove. Draisaitl knocked it down for Bouchard. A high toss, a leaping play by Perry. Here's Connor McDavid directly behind the net. Tried to find Draisaitl, broken up, and here comes Evan Rodriguez working his way through the neutral zone. Partially checked by Bouchard, puck shaken free for Jake Wallman. Bouchard to reset for Edmonton.
So Florida plays an aggressive forecheck, a 1-2-2 in the neutral zone aggressive, and then they play man defense, but they always leave one defender in front of the net.
Boquist up the right-hand side, fourth line on for Florida. He'll jam it in deep. Jonah Gadjevich in against Kulak, who fended him off effectively with Kapanen up the left-hand side. Puck rolled off his stick. Here's Nate Schmidt. He'll bring it to center and shoot it in. They're going to give him the red line. Darnell Nurse coughed it up. On the puck first and off balance was Gadjevich. Boquist shielded from the puck by Adam Henrique, and a clear by Evander Kane. Chases Florida back to its own blue line. Darnell Nurse at the blue looking for Evander Kane. Double teamed, and Matthew Tkachuk came up high with a forearm, and Kane did not like it at all. Here's Ekblad, right side for Carter Verhaeghe. Swung at and missed by Matthew Tkachuk. Mishandled briefly by Arvidsson, and now swooping in with a steal. Carter Verhaeghe, drag move, shot, and that was deflected out of play. Ekholm in the lane. Carter Verhaeghe pounced and made a steal and an aggressive move to the slot, but it remains 3-2 Florida.
Right now, the Florida Panthers have the Oilers in the shrink wrap in the neutral ice. They are funneling and giving the Oilers no time and space. It's almost the exact opposite in neutral zone that the LA Kings run, and it's effective. Now, they got good defenders that can skate. That's part of the reason why they can do it, and they're masters at it. And this has been, Jack, really for at even strength in the last 25 minutes of this game, this has been a clinic from Florida, other than the one bad bounce goal from Victor Arvidsson on Bobrovsky. They have really taken away any kind of flow and tempo and pace from the Edmonton Oilers.
Well, the good news for Edmonton, 15 minutes remain. Off the draw, Darnell Nurse looking for Kulak. He's got it. Lost the handle. Florida able to pry it loose. Brad Marchand to Lundell. Poke checked at the line by Nurse. Shot back in by Lundell. Skinner will leave it for Brett Kulak. Marchand with pressure. Luostarinen tried to feed Marchand, and now cleared up the right-hand side and out. Ekblad fell down. Connor Brown lost the handle. What a chance. The Panthers were down a man there. Shot in by Barkov. Overrunning the play was Sam Reinhart. Connor Brown back to center, and another man fell. This one, Mikkola. So all of a sudden, the Panthers are toe-picking all over the place, and Edmonton will jam it right back into the Florida zone. Bobrovsky to Evan Rodriguez. He'll bring it to center and snap it around the boards. Wallman will gobble it up for Edmonton. Nearly 6 minutes gone in this third period, and the Oilers do not have a shot on net. Bob, this is something we saw in the West Final that Edmonton did to Dallas on a regular basis. Here's Perry breaking loose, and a quick shot by Wallman, stopped by goaltender Sergei Bobrovsky. Swarmed under was Leon Draisaitl, and it's shoveled back the other way and out by Rodriguez. And no question about it, Chris Knobloch loading up McDavid and Draisaitl for the third period with his team trailing by a score of 3-2. Rifled in by Perry. Nate Schmidt able to pick it up for Florida. The veteran D-man has 2 assists tonight, and the Panthers smack it out of midair. Schmidt in his 12th year with his 5th different team. Oilers move in left to right. Kapanen to the net. McDavid out front, shooting and scoring. Matthias Ekholm ties the game. 3-3. Brand new hockey game. 13 and a half to go.
Well, assist. He placed the puck down low. McDavid drives on his backhand and activated from the left side point. Evander came through the wash. And Ekholm has scored to tie the game.
Saucer pass, and I'm not sure Bobrovsky ever saw it as it went over his left shoulder. Traffic in front. Sam Bennett might have gotten a partial screen inadvertently on his own goaltender.
Oh, Jack, look at those shots. It's 25-24 in Florida. We're tied 3-3. We said it was going to be a heavyweight tilt.
Off the draw, Edmonton controls. Kapanen on a lead pass, powering his way through Nate Schmidt. Edmonton has rallied from 3-1 down in the second period to tie it up. Chipped up the left-hand side. Gadjevich on to Jesper Boqvist. He'll gain the Edmonton line. Ekholm cut him off. Tomas Nosek around the boards and grabbed by John Klingberg. Ekholm's second game back, had an assist in the series clincher against Dallas, and now comes up with the equalizer. Evander Kane forced out wide, left wing, tried to one-hand it in front, and that was well defended. Lou Starinen on the puck for the Florida Panthers. Clear back through center. Janmark will drop it off to Darnell Nurse. Brand new hockey game, 12.5 to go. McDavid and Kapanen with assists on Ekholm's first of the postseason at 6:33 of the third. And it came on just Edmonton's second shot of the period. Puck cleared into the Florida bench, and we'll take timeout with 12.25 to go in the third period. We are tied at 3. Florida, Edmonton, game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Hey Edmonton, big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Do your tires feel like hockey pucks on the road? Perhaps it's time for a new set of Atturo tires. No matter what you drive, Atturo has the right fit for you, including the all-new Trailblade HT and AZ810, premium all-weather tires for your pickup, car, SUV, or crossover. You can rest assured that Atturo tires will get you through all 4 seasons. Available at Action Car and Truck, Point S, and tire shops everywhere. Find a dealer near you at atturo.com. Chemco is more than just a trusted local name. Chemco has been building industry across Canada for more than 60 years. From engineering through to commissioning, construction, maintenance, and beyond, Chemco's multidiscipline approach stands firmly on the belief that Chemco cares. It's not just what they do, it's how they do it. Visit Chemco.com and discover how they can support your project today. Chemco, proud fans of the Edmonton Oilers, serving and supporting communities across Canada for over 60 years.
Hey Edmonton, big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
12:15 remaining third period. Florida's 3-1 lead is gone. And remember, the Panthers coming into this game had won 30 in a row in the Stanley Cup playoffs when leading after 2 periods. Now, I have to say this, Bob. Edmonton ended a long streak by the Vegas Golden Knights in the second round. Vegas had won 42 in a row when leading after 2 periods. So, again, these numbers, they can mean very little. Panthers in from the right-hand side. Henrique off a block shot by Trent Frederick. Swarmed under by Alexander Barkov. A centering pass intended for Reinhart. One time by Forsling off balance, and that was smothered. Kulak had it knocked off the stick by Reinhart. Interior pass intended for Barkov from Rodriguez was deflected back to center. Shoveled in by Forsling, and line change coming for Florida.
This forecheck is something for Florida.
Here's Nurse up the left-hand side. Draisaitl swings it ahead for Connor McDavid, challenging Mikkola hard to the net. Forced out behind, just set up the equalizer moments ago. Wallman to Bouchard. And now Leon Draisaitl, McDavid's first point of the final. An assist on the game-tying goal. What a play, hand-eye-wise by Luo Sturinen. A double deflection to knock it back to center, and here come the Panthers. Anton Lundell. One pass too many. A lateral maneuver that was deflected. Draisaitl change of pace on Forsling, and then he missed the net. Bouchard shoots, and that was heading wide, and Bobrovsky rather conservatively elects to stick it in his hot hip pocket with 10:58 remaining in the third period, and the game still tied at 3. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you, reminding you that your Oilers 50-50 jackpot is climbing toward $3.5 million. $3.5 million.
This team is physical. The one thing that surprised me, Florida's won 57% of the draws. They've had a lot of puck possession off of draws. But they are, when Edmonton's trying to do those cycles, those long cycles, they are finishing checks. Even after the Oilers do a switch off on the pucks.
Bennett digs in, wins a face-off from Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Gustav Forsling didn't get all he wanted on that clearing attempt, but still it's wedged out successfully. Verhaeghe once again has his shot disrupted, this time by Wallman. The Oilers hack it back the other way, and that'll be an icing call with 10:42 on the game clock. We are 3's wild. 3-3 in the third. Florida, Edmonton. Florida's third straight trip to the Stanley Cup final. The Edmonton Oilers making a return visit after losing in 7 games to the Panthers last year.
43% against 33% in the circle here in the playoffs. Nugent-Hopkins against Bennett.
And Nugent-Hopkins wins the face-off. Bouchard tried to clear, knocked down by Verhaeghe. Wallman came over to make a play. Vander Kane tripped up by Ekblad. The battle ensues along the half wall. Kane has the puck wedged underneath his body, carved out of there by Verhaeghe, but Wallman's there to seal him off. Breaking free is Ekblad, but he's on his backhand. And all he can do is float it out of the reach of Matthew Tkachuk. Bouchard reverses back behind for Jake Wallman. Lead pass broken up by Tkachuk. Florida riding a 5-game winning streak on the road in these Stanley Cup playoffs. 8-2 overall away from home. Kane smashed into by Ekblad. Bennett trying to cut around Jake Wallman. The puck remains available. Carter Verhaeghe will chip it back to Forsling. Right point. He'll send it around the boards. Verhaeghe double teamed, and then the puck still loose. Tkachuk put it back into bodies, and finally Nugent-Hopkins escapes only as far as center ice. Ekblad able to guide one over to Forsling up the left-hand side. This should be icing against Florida, and there's the whistle with 9:37 left in regulation. The game tied at 3, and with an offensive zone face-off upcoming, it's McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry over the boards, sent by Chris Knobloch to join what looks to be a pairing of Matthias Ekholm and John Klingberg.
It looks like Wallman's playing more with Bouchard.
Yeah, they've kind of started to go in that as this game has wore on. And we saw that a little bit during the regular season when Wallman first joined the team. Acquired via trade with San Jose. Nosek against Draisaitl. Face off to the right of Sergei Bobrovsky, who started off a little wobbly in this postseason. Played to a save percentage of 87 in his first 8 games, 94 in his last 9. But he gave up a soft goal to Arvidsson to shrink the lead to 3-2, and then Ekholm tied it here in the third. Now looking to give the team the lead. A backhander McDavid and a save made by Bobrovsky, and it might have caught the outside of the post after Bobrovsky got an initial piece. Wristed down deep by Reinhart. If it did, that would be McDavid's second pipe of the night. Here's Draisaitl on an outlet pass to McDavid, challenging Seth Jones. A wrist shot and a glove save made. Sergei Bobrovsky with 9:01 to play in the third. The shots 26-25 for Edmonton. The score 3-3. Panthers, Oilers. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup final continues in just a moment with Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers playoff ticket giveaways are on at the Canadian Brewhouse. Plus $1 off tankards of Molson Canadian and Coors Light during every game. The Canadian Brewhouse. Our house is your house.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon scoring in Leduc. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Unbelievable! Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
Steelhaus Triton, 2 legendary oilfield services brands, 1 powerful partnership. Rooted in innovation, reliability, and a steadfast commitment to excellence, Steelhaus is proudly 100% Canadian-owned and locally manufactured. With over 15 field service locations across the prairies and up to the Rockies, they deliver world-class energy solutions with unmatched responsiveness, helping their customers thrive in the most demanding environments. Steelhaus Triton, engineered for performance, built in Canada. Visit steelhausinc.com for more information.
Patio season is on at the Canadian Brewhouse. Grab your crew, sip something cold, and hang out on the best patio in town. The Canadian Brewhouse. Our house is your house.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
9 minutes to play. Game 1 of the Cup Final tied at 3. Highly anticipated rematch between the Oilers and the Panthers. Adam Henrique, offensive zone face-off to the right of Bobrovsky coming out of the break. Brown and Frederick as line mates. It's tapped back to Kulak. A shot and a stop made by Bobrovsky, and then Frederick had his stick tied up by Barkov on the rebound. Bob, we just found out why Barkov's won 3 Selkies in the last 5 years.
He just pulled a goal out of the net is what he did. Stop Frederick from getting a clean look. Great play by him.
Darnell Nurse lasers one up the left-hand side. Henrique stood up by Kulikov. Right side, you have Barkov squeezed against the boards right in front of the Edmonton bench by Nurse. The puck remains available at the blue line. Marchand tried to center for Nate Schmidt. Spins away from traffic. Right circle, wrist shot, save. Skinner, rebound available for just a moment. And played by Brown behind his own net. Kulak disrupted. Here's that third line of Florida we talked about is so key to negate. Shot by Kulikov doesn't make its way through. Schmidt, 2 assists tonight, holds the zone for Marchand. Snapped it in front. Florida couldn't get there. Lundell from the corner fires off the outside of the post. That wasn't going in. Might have sounded closer than it actually was. And Nurse will wind it up the right-hand side. Schmidt was on his way off for a change and instead will send it up the middle. Luostarinen left it for Kulikov, backhanded toward the Oiler net. And now with 7:45 to go, it's a reload for Evan Bouchard. Off the boards, Janmark got it off his skate to Wallman. Arvidsson turned it over at the line, and it was immediately whistled back in by Janmark. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you. Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. 3-3 in game 1. Here's Verhaeghe looking to give Florida the lead again. His wrist shot was flubbed. Panthers trailed 1-0 early, battled into a 3-1 lead. They've coughed it up, and Edmonton has gotten this game even. Podkolzin to Victor Arvidsson in the corner, trapped by Ekblad. Podkolzin stolen away by Matthew Tkachuk, and here's Sam Bennett up to center. He bumped it off the stick of Klingberg, settled by McDavid, and now Connor McDavid, who set up the game-tying goal for Ekholm here in the third period, gives way to Klingberg. He shoots on net, and Bobrovsky, with nowhere to move it, forced to freeze it with 6:53 to play in the third. The Oilers 3 and the Panthers 3.
Well, that third line, Jack, every time they're on the ice for Florida, they are tilting the ice. Lundell's a great two-way player. Let's face it, he's a second-line center playing in the 3-hole. And then Marchand.
And we've seen him play in the 1-hole often. Whenever Barkov's out, Lundell plays there.
Yep.
And as good as Barkov is, you don't miss much with Lundell there.
Obviously, you have to think that with Bennett being a UFA, he's going to get paid. My guess is he gets paid in Florida. There's no way they can afford to lose him. He's arguably their second most effective forward.
Off the draw, and I think inarguably at playoff time. Here's Rodriguez. Drilled by McDavid. Draisaitl snapped it across. Wallman to Bouchard. Loading up. Shooting, and a save made by Bobrovsky on a wrist shot.
Mikkola just boxed the Oilers' Corey Perry right out of the point.
Panthers, Evan Rodriguez as far as the Edmonton line. Soft toss by Ekholm was grabbed and snapped up ice by Seth Jones. Turned over at the Oiler blue line. Here's Leon Draisaitl launching it toward the Florida net, and coming out to field that like a center fielder was Sergei Bobrovsky. Picked it up off the ice surface with 6:16 to go in the third, and a faceoff will come to his left, and McDavid and Draisaitl will change here with the game tied at 3.
Well, Florida won here 6-5 back in December the 16th. That was a high-scoring game. Stu Skinner tell you probably should have had one of the goals back. And then 4-3 when Edmonton was not playing very well coming out of the Four Nations face-off, and the Oilers were outplayed by Florida that night.
(3-3) our score. Face-off left side of Sergei Bobrovsky. Evander Kane lines up for the draw. And Lundell waits and then wins the draw from Kane. Hoisted up by Forsling. Kicked. Marchand tried to go right around Klingberg. Nugent Hopkins gives it back to Wallman, on to Klingberg. Launch back toward the Florida blue line and quickly swept by Ekblad back toward the Edmonton blue. Klingberg to Kasperi Kapanen, who's assisted on 2 of the 3 Edmonton goals tonight, his first 2 assists of the playoffs. Bobrovsky off a dump it, nearly turned it over, jabbed at, and played back to Klingberg. Klingberg a shot, and Bobrovsky did not hold it. Wow. It came free. One-timer Wallman, and this time Bobrovsky will hold it, and an extra jab by Kane will draw the attention of the Panthers. Kane and Ekblad pawing at one another. 5:36 to go in the third period. Down the stretch in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. We are tied at 3. The Oilers have battled back from a 2-goal deficit in Game 1. We'll have the final 5.5 in regulation on the other side. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
Going back to school can be as scary as taking the winning shot, but it doesn't have to be. Northern Lakes College is here to help you meet all your goals and cheer you on. Explore programs in academic upgrading, apprenticeship trades, business and administrative studies, health, human service careers, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. Score a great future with Northern Lakes College. NorthernLakesCollege.ca. Everywhere you need them to be.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
All games, all season.
You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, it's been 6 straight years a team from the Sunshine State has represented the Eastern Conference in the Stanley Cup Final. First 3 to Tampa. The Lightning won 2 of those, and the Panthers trying to win their second in their 3rd straight trip to the Stanley Cup Final. This is Game 1, and the Panthers and the Oilers have forged a 3-3 tie after 55 minutes. 5.5 to go. The Panthers off the draw, dump it in. Kulak's going to be guilty of icing here, and the whistle goes with officially 5:23 remaining in the third period. A third period that has seen the pendulum swing back toward the home team. First period all Edmonton, second period Florida. And Bob, what have you seen here in the third?
Well, the shots speak for themselves. It's 11-3. Another Nugent Hopkins versus Bennett D-zone draw for the Oilers. Ryan's got to win the puck here.
And he does so. Darnell Nurse from behind his own net. Missed Kane. A drive by Ekblad. Redirected. Bennett could not get it cleanly on the tape of Carter Verhaeghe, and the Oilers send it in deep. Kapanen, Ekblad to reverse up the left-hand side. Verhaeghe not out of the zone, held in by Kulak. Verhaeghe tripped up, lying prone on the ice, could not get it out. Kapanen will roll toward the net, back pass, and short side. Nugent Hopkins couldn't bury it. Verhaeghe this time floats one through the neutral zone. Going to be picked up by Darnell Nurse. He'll take a skate with 4:45 left in regulation. The tension oozing from the ice surface throughout the building. Nurse shoots it in off a skate. Landed high up on the plexi. Rodriguez and Nurse collided in the corner, and out of the fray comes Alexander Barkov, who is yet to get on the score sheet tonight for the Florida Panthers. Barkov, though, with a steal, a shot, blocked, rebound. Barkov tried to center, and Skinner denied him. Rebound Bouchard. Barkov was given a gift and did not take full advantage. He was drilled as he got it to the Edmonton blue line. Ekholm not getting impatient. Threw it over to Bouchard. He'll, in turn, whip it around the boards. Adam Henrique, Connor Brown, and Trent Frederick on the ice. Henrique to Wallman, a shot deflected into the glove of Sergei Bobrovsky with 3:53 to play in the third. And the Oilers and Panthers still tied at 3. Again, Draisaitl opened the scoring a minute 6 in. Bennett scored twice, and Marchand a power play goal to give the Panthers a 3-1 lead through 22 minutes. But a key goal issued by Bobrovsky, a soft one, off his glove from Arvidsson, put Edmonton right back in the game at 3-2 early in the second. And Ekholm was tied it here in the third. Face off to Bobrovsky's right. Henrique against Lundell of Florida. Off the draw, gathered Lundell. Frederick pestering. Forced back behind the net, Luo Starinen. He half-fanned on that clear. And it's held in by Henrique to the middle of the ice. And he missed Connor Brown. Nate Schmidt working it up the right-hand side. Brown needed a new stick. It was shattered, and Florida was able to clear. Wallman over to Klingberg, and it's another reset for Edmonton. All of a sudden, they've gone back to Wallman and Klingberg as Chris Knobloch, Paul Coffey, and Mark Stewart continue to shuffle the pairs. Here's Nosek. Up to Boqvist. Brad Marchand reeled in from behind by Matthias Janmark. By the time he scooped it up at the blue line, Florida needed to tag back up. Ekblad to Gustav Forsling and bumped in by Boqvist. Bouncing puck. Skinner out to handle it. Smacked away from Nosek. Victor Arvidsson on the puck for Edmonton. He'll put it off the boards in front of the Edmonton bench. Boqvist looking to regroup and counter. Can't do it. Oilers with a chance now. It's Podkolzin. He beats Forsling to the net. Save Bobrovsky, and somehow the puck stayed out on the rebound. Kapanen looked to get it back. What a hard net drive by Vasily Podkolzin, who now joins Kapanen in on the forecheck. Ekblad able to pry it loose. Put too much on it. This could be icing. No. Waved off at the last instant by Scott Cherry. Reset for Darnell Nurse. 2:20 to play in regulation. And the game tied at 3. The outlet pass sent in deep. Oilers, Kapanen moving in right-hand side. Reverse back behind. Kulikov tried to shovel it out. Couldn't get it out. Held in by Nugent Hopkins. Put behind the net. Out of the reach of Evander Kane. Panthers, lead pass. Sam Bennett to center. That's going to be settled by Evan Bouchard. Right side, Corey Perry. Sends one trickling toward the Florida net. Nico Mikkola for the Panthers. Put it up the right-hand side, and Matthew Tkachuk will snap it in deep. That's going to be knocked down by Stuart Skinner. Fired up the boards, but Seth Jones cuts it off at center, and then a weird hop off the stanchion, glanced off the back of the net. Skinner left it for Ekholm, turned over, and here's Evan Rodriguez for Florida with 90 seconds to play in regulation. We're tied at 3. Panthers pressing for the go-ahead goal. Rodriguez, it's basically a sudden death situation right now. Ekholm to Draisaitl, and the Oilers on the counter. Here's McDavid, tried to put it behind Seth Jones, couldn't get it done. Here come the Panthers. It's Reinhart up through center. slowly advances to the blue line, and that's all. He'll dump it in. Wallman over to Klingberg for the final minute of regulation. Edmonton has come back from 2 goals down to tie game 1 of the Stanley Cup final at 3. Bobrovsky off a dump in, steers it over to Forsling. Brad Marchand did not get his stick on the puck. This is an icing call against the Panthers with 50 seconds to go, and Edmonton will go for it right here. Game tied at 3.
Yep.
Panthers with just 3 shots the entire third period. And again, this was a team that coming in had won 30 in a row when leading after 2. The Oilers have battled back to tie, and now they'll look to win it. Brown out there with McDavid and Draisaitl. Draisaitl will take the draw against Lundell and win it. Wallman calling for the puck. Oh, a broken stick. Marchand has no stick. A shot, Bouchard deflected. And Bobrovsky elect to keep the play moving. He didn't freeze it. Here's Brown. Right corner to Connor McDavid. Put it behind the net for Draisaitl. Maybe Bobrovsky didn't know Marchand had no stick. Here's McDavid out in front. No shot. One-timer Bouchard, and that stayed out. Came off the plexi. Marchand now with a stick will shovel it up the right-hand side. This will be an icing call again against the Panthers with 18 seconds to go. Marchand is claiming that puck hit the netting before he iced it. And the referees are going to talk about it at center. And I think they're going to now they're going to want to talk to the linesman and try to confer to determine whether or not that puck in fact touched the mesh. Very tough to tell. We haven't seen a replay with conclusive evidence one way or the other. And this is a long conference. And, of course, with only 18 seconds to go.
Looks like we're going to have a D-zone draw here in Florida.
Yeah, Marchand's furious. But they're going to allow Florida to change, though. Now, that's odd. Is that hedging your bets?
No.
Now they're going to talk with a timekeeper and see if any extra time rolled off the clock on the icing. But I don't understand. If it's icing, you wouldn't allow Florida to change, which they did. Yeah. And they're going to review it.
Well, wouldn't you think the face-off has to come outside the line if they're able to complete a change here?
Well, if you're allowing Florida to change, then yes, the face-off should come outside. Or at center, if you're not sure.
Yeah.
But instead, they're going to get a look at it and check with the timekeeper. They're putting 7 seconds back on the clock.
Really?
So what they're saying is the icing comes off the board. The puck did go out of play into the mesh, but because it was in the Florida zone, you'd allow them to substitute freely.
100% right, Jeff.
Draisaitl and McDavid off the face-off, and it's a tie-up. Squirts free. Evan Rodriguez turns, and a soft flip through the neutral zone is eventually touched by Ekholm, and then Rodriguez brushed it out of play into the Florida bench with 14.5 seconds separating us from the end of regulation and a Stanley Cup overtime situation. Panthers have played just one overtime game and won it. The Oilers are a perfect 3-0. Draisaitl with 2 game winners and Kapanen the series-ending goal against Vegas. Neutral zone face-off. Draisaitl set to take it against Alexander Barkov, who won it for Florida. Seth Jones tried to nudge it up the right-hand side, couldn't get that done. Barkov on his backhand, got it back through the neutral zone. Draisaitl tried to charge his way in around Seth Jones. Barkov trying to contain. McDavid a shot, and that was wired wide as the horn goes, and we'll have to settle this one in extra time. 3-3 at the end of regulation. The Oilers at one point trailed by 2 goals, but they outshoot Florida, and they outshoot them decisively in the third period by a count of 14-3, and in doing so, tie it up 6.5 minutes in. Matthias Ekholm with assists from McDavid and Kapanen. 3-3. We head to overtime. I just told you neither club has lost a Stanley Cup playoff game in overtime And this one, especially with Edmonton down 2 at one point in this game, feels like, again, in a 7-game series, it's hard to tell how much the opener means. All of a sudden, it seems like it means a lot more because if Florida coughs up a lead and lets one get away, that'll be a huge missed opportunity for the Panthers.
Well, the Oilers, you got to give them credit. I mean, and they were aided and abetted by a tough goal against from Sergei Bobrovsky on Victor Arvidsson, but they earned their goal in the third period. Is Kapanen with his second assist, and he chipped it down low, and McDavid threaded the needle on an activating Matthias Ekholm, who can absolutely hammer the puck, and we know that. And so we get ourselves a tie game, and I think if you're an Oilers partisan, you're going 14-3 shots. You would have liked to have had one more. McDavid just squeaking one off of Bobrovsky, wide of the net, almost ricocheted in off the post.
Earlier, he hit a post in this game.
Now, the one thing I will say is I think Edmonton's gone to the whip here a bit with McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry together. Nugent Hopkins important minutes with Kane and Kapanen. Kapanen's had a good game. He's had some moments.
What do you expect in OT? Do you think he'll stay with McDavid and Draisaitl together?
Yes, I do. Because I think the game changed when those guys got put together. So I think he's going to stick with them. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right. I'm often wrong.
Oilers 3, Panthers 3. Matthias Ekholm, the equalizer, with 13 and a half minutes to go. And we go OT in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. We had a hunch this could be an all-time classic series. And, well, through 60 minutes, it is yet to disappoint. Shots in regulation, Edmonton 36, Florida 26. Draisaitl opening the scoring. Sam Bennett with a pair and Brad Marchand with a power play goal to make it 3-1. But as Bob talked about, a minute 17 after the second of Bennett's 2 goals, Victor Arvidsson scored a softie. Little wrist shot that fluttered off the glove and into the back of the net off Sergei Bobrovsky. And that meant when Matthias Ekholm scored early in the third period, there was no cushion left for the Florida Panthers. We'll decide this one in a Stanley Cup playoff overtime. Tied at 3 after 60. Bryn and Rob are on deck. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
Legacy Heating and Cooling Jingle auditions take 1 for Ryan Nugent Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
We freaking killed it, Nuge.
That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
12th year with a 5th different team. Oilers move in left to right. Kapanen to the net. McDavid out front, shooting and scoring. Matthias Ekholm ties the game. 3-3. Brand new hockey game. 13 and a half to go.
And that's our highlight zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the bonus intermission. Bryn Griffiths along with Rob Brown with you after regulation time. Heading into the first overtime period. We are all tied at 3. Can't say I'm surprised.
Well, you've got 2 very good teams playing each other tonight, and it's been a fantastic hockey game. The first period was probably the Oilers a little bit better, but it was fairly even. Second period all Florida, third period all Edmonton. And because of that, we have a 3-3 tie. That was a good push by the Oilers in the third period. They needed it. They were down a goal. They didn't score one on their power play to start the period off, but they kept on pushing. Bobrovsky made some big saves, but on the goal that Ekholm scored, Bobrovsky had two of his own players in his eyesight, including Bennett, who kind of pushed him out of the way, and Ekholm made no mistake. So the addition of Ekholm back into the lineup paid dividends last game, and it certainly paid dividends tonight with a huge goal by Ekholm to tie this up and give us a little bit of extra fantastic hockey.
14-2 the shots on goal in that third period for the Edmonton Oilers. Hey, got to ask you about this forecheck Florida's got going. I don't know if they're doing it to perfection, but they're sure great at it.
Well, not that period. I mean, in that period, they only had 2 shots on the Florida Panthers. So,
But did they want any shots, really?
Well, yeah, you want shots. I mean, you can't defend an entire period. Defend, eventually you find yourself in your own zone and bad things happen. In that period right there, they were under siege the whole time because they didn't get anything going in the offensive zone. If you're forechecking and creating opportunities and getting shots in the opposition's end, they are 200 feet away from scoring a goal. So now they've got to come the length of the ice through 5 players. Florida, and I don't think they tried to sit back in that period. I just think the Oilers pushed and got momentum going, and then they went from 1 shift to 2 shifts to 3 shifts, and it's really hard when you spend shift after shift in your own end defending. By the time you get the puck out, you're just exhausted, you change, and here comes the next wave. So the Oilers did what they needed to do in that period. I know that Bob at the end talked about they probably would like to have had one more and maybe deserved one more when you outshoot a team 14-2. But they were all around the net, and what I like too, driving the net. Podkolzin, fantastic play.
Oh, yeah.
Just takes it straight to the net, drives across. He doesn't score. The puck lays there, and it was a nice defensive effort. I think it was Ekblad that came back to take away the open net because Henrique was coming in following up. But that's what you have to do. You just got to keep going towards the net. Blue paint. You saw on the other end, I think it was up front, Lundell. He was standing in the corner and just threw a puck on net, trying to hit the top corner where the goaltender has between his shoulder and his head, and just missed it. Now, when you go into overtime, now everything goes on net. What you want is, you don't even have to shoot it at the goalie. You shoot it at feet. If you've got no play, fire the puck as hard as you can at feet in front of the net. It might deflect and go in, it might deflect and give you a rebound, but at least the battle is now in the blue paint right in front of the goaltender. So you're in an overtime period. It does not have to be pretty. It just has to go across the red line. So I think both teams in this going into this overtime period, do not turn down any shooting opportunities.
Got about 30 seconds here. Is this going to be a quick overtime? Or are they settling in a bit here?
Well, to me, it's usually in the first 3 minutes, or it's going
much later,
or you're going into the second overtime. You got 2 very good goaltenders who've made big saves at the right time, but you also have a lot of superstars in this. I'm going to say it's over in the first 5 minutes.
Okay. Thanks. We'll talk to you whenever. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be right below you.
Right down here. Got it. Hey, we'll take a break. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's Get Flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Over the last decade, the world of work has changed dramatically. It's a change that can cause a disconnect between a company and its employees. But a partnership with Aon can help by making decisions that create a more flexible, engaged, and resilient workforce. Aon's experience and expertise, global understanding, and advanced analytics ensure that every client is better informed and better advised so that they can make better decisions. Whatever the next decade brings, Aon is in the business of better decisions.
The same AI-powered technology that helps Oilers fans move through security efficiently at Rogers Place is also available for Edmonton area schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Evolve Technology, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers and official security screening partner of Rogers Place, helps identify potential threats and create safe experiences at hockey games and wherever people gather. Visit Rogers Place to experience Evolve live or check out evolve.com for more information. That's evolv.com.
This is Global News heading into overtime. I'm Zach Ferguson. Homicide detectives are looking into what happened at a residence in the area of 16th Avenue and 65th Street Southwest in Walker Lakes early this morning, just after midnight. Police officers responded to reports of a shooting at the residence and found a 41-year-old man wounded. Paramedics tried their best, but he did later die. As smoky air becomes more of a problem in the warmer months, it seems there are concerns about the effects it has had on our lungs. Health Promotion Coordinator with Alberta Lung, Jamie Happy, says kids can experience harsher symptoms from breathing it in. Happy recommends staying indoors once the air quality index hits 7. The national voice of Canada's billion-dollar steel industry says the federal government needs to take swift action as it faces an existential threat from increased United States tariffs that took effect today. The Canadian Steel Producers Association's Catherine Cobden says the industry will become a deeply weakened sector in short order if the 50% levies remain in place. I'm Zach Ferguson. Your next scheduled newscast will be after the game on 880 CHED.
Blue-collar work deserves big-dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
The intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Bryn Griffiths back live at Rogers Place. We are going to a first overtime. We are tied in this hockey game tonight. It's been an interesting matchup. It's tied at 3 shots on goal through 3 periods of play, favoring the Edmonton Oilers 36-26. The weird part is Edmonton outshot Florida 14-7 in the first. Florida outshot the Oilers 17-8 in the second, and then the Oilers 14-2 in favor of the Edmonton Hockey Club. It's just been a back and forth hockey game, and we're getting ready for more. Are you ready for more? Yeah. Overtime on the way. This is the exact way we kind of thought this was going to go. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the street. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers! 473-7373, Pizza 73.
Legacy Heating and Cooling Jingle auditions take one for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. We freaking killed it, Nuge. That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Stay connected with 880 CHED via your smart speakers. It's as easy as telling your favorite virtual assistant, play 880 CHED. Listen in on smart speakers and stay informed throughout the day with up-to-the-minute news, talk, sports, and more. 880 CHED.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers a perfect 3-0 in overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Leon Draisaitl with 2 of those winners, and Kasperi Kapanen, the series ender against the Vegas Golden Knights. The Florida Panthers have won their only overtime game of the postseason, and it was a crucial one. Game 3 of that Toronto series, Bob, with the Panthers staring at a potential 3-0 deficit. They're able to get it done and end up rallying to win that series against the Toronto Maple Leafs in 7 games. That was in the second round. The Oilers fought off a 2-0 deficit in the first round against the LA Kings and have won 12 of 14 since. They pushed this game into overtime after trailing 3-1. Matthias Ekholm, the equalizer, with 13.5 to go in regulation. The Oilers will start with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins taking the face-off opposite Evander Kane and Kasperi Kapanen on the wings. And Nugent-Hopkins wins the face-off. We're underway in overtime. Nurse and Kulak, sudden death in game 1. Kulak with a turnover. Barkov rolls to the net, a wrist shot, and he missed glove side against Stuart Skinner. A giveaway, and now Barkov in front, jabbed at by Skinner. Loose puck, and Skinner able to pounce on it. A shaky first 19 seconds of OT, as the Oilers elected not to start McDavid and Draisaitl to begin the overtime session. But that was just a giveaway, and Florida had 2 good looks.
Yep. Rough sequence. I mean, Kulak had the puck on the right side boards, and there was a misconnection with Kapanen. And Florida got him in the vortex. Now it's going to be Lundell against Draisaitl. McDavid out here.
McDavid, Draisaitl, and Brown out. And an offensive zone draw for Florida, but it's won by Draisaitl, launched up the right-hand side by Bouchard. Grabbed by Nico Mikkola, did not get it out. Seth Jones won a battle and forced it up ice to Luostarinen. Third line on for Florida. Shot Lundell, kick save Skinner, rebound, and a save Skinner on the far side against Luostarinen. Here's Marchand, a shot, and that slithered just wide. A good look. Lundell unable to ram it home. Another shot by Jones, and Florida all of a sudden in overtime here in the opening minute with several good chances against the Oilers. Lundell tried to center, came off the back of the net, and finally Connor McDavid in puck possession to Leon Draisaitl, defended by Forsling on the line, squirted free for Connor Brown. He'll swing it around the boards. McDavid wants a change. Protecting the puck is Carter Verhaeghe, and now a reset for Aaron Ekblad, but a shaky opening first minute of the overtime for Edmonton. We remain tied at 3 as Florida 4 quick shots on net. Lead pass, Podkolzin anticipated, picked it off, forced ahead by Ekblad to Verhaeghe, and he'll send it around the boards for Matthew Tkachuk. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final, tied at 3. We're in overtime. Game 2 Friday night. Wrist shot from the point, deflected just wide of Stuart Skinner. Another near miss for Florida. Dmitry Kulikov down low for Carter Verhaeghe. He'll shoot, redirected, and a save Skinner. Rebound Klingberg. Skinner's best work have come in overtime here. Kulikov tried to pound it in deep, and the Panthers unsuccessful. And now a break for the Oilers. Here's Podkolzin racing for the net with a backhander. He flicked it wide. Rebound, Janmark couldn't get there, and here come the Panthers now. Jesper Boqvist, he'll chip and charge into the offensive zone for Florida. Taken away by Kulak. Nurse guides one up to Adam Henrique. Came off the boards. Nosek able to cut it off at the line, and Edmonton has to tag back onside. Seth Jones, a dart up the left-hand side for Jesper Boqvist. Heading for the net. Tried a shot, and Kulak just smothered him. Brown to Henrique. Came back into the zone briefly, and now it's Nico Mikkola. Didn't get clean contact on that puck. He'll be given a second chance. 2.5 gone by in the overtime session. Here's Seth Jones from distance. That was tipped up over top. Reinhart to Barkov. His shot deflected out of play with 17 minutes left in the first overtime. And the Oilers Nary a shot on net while Florida's had 5. The ebb and flow of this game, unreal. Edmonton outshot Florida 14-7 in the first. Panthers doubled up the Oilers in the second, 16-8. And then in the third, it was Edmonton 14 and Florida just 3 shots on net, with the Oilers getting the equalizer by Ekholm to tie it.
Brown on the ice for a D-zone draw with McDavid and Draisaitl. Got to get there.
Off the face-off. Panthers with a puck. Reinhart gave it right back to Leon Draisaitl, who put it up on the glass. It came back to Bouchard on a ricochet, and he fires it one up the seam for McDavid. Shot in deep off the end boards. Reinhart didn't get it out, and the Oilers keep it alive off the plexi. It's McDavid trying to cut inside. Double deflection, save Bobrovsky. And the rebound, McDavid out to Evan Bouchard, looking for a lane. A shot, and that wobbled just wide. A rebound taken by Evan Rodriguez. He'll scamper to center and fire it in deep. Bouchard first on the puck for the Edmonton Oilers. He'll send it across to Matthias Ekholm. McDavid wants a change. Ekholm will allow the change to take place. The Oilers do not... Well, they have 1 shot in overtime, but Florida has 5. Kasperi Kapanen flips it in. Bobrovsky gives it a look. Seth Jones run into, lost the handle. Kane finished his check, but Lundell able to flip it up through center. Marchand couldn't get there. Here comes Kasperi Kapanen. Remember his overtime goal against Vegas. Here's Kane off a turnover. Bobrovsky a one-timer and a block shot, selling out to get his body in front of that one was Luostarinen against Jake Wallman. 4 minutes into OT. We remain knotted at 3.
What a courageous block from Luostarinen. But the Oilers, Jack, you could assert that they have been lucky to survive the first 4 minutes of this OT period. A couple helter-skelterish moments, and Florida created some looks and chances.
Vander Kane, a smart play from a sharp angle. It's never a bad play to throw a little shot at the goaltender's feet. And Bobrovsky issued a juicy rebound, and as you pointed out, Luostarinen with a shot off his right kneecap, and Wallman can really fire it. Off the draw, Matthew Tkachuk trying to jam it in deep. Wallman takes over for Edmonton. He'll fling it up the boards, but Colson to the middle of the ice. Janmark gave it away. Panthers, big hit on Verhaeghe. Wallman flattened him. But Colson rifles a pass up the middle looking for Janmark, well covered by Aaron Ekblad. Up the left-hand side, and that was ruled to have hit the Florida bench. Tkachuk thought he had chipped it in, but he got a piece of a teammate sitting on the bench, and now Ekblad and Podkolzin jawing at one another. 4.5 gone by in OT. We are tied at 3 in Game 1. The Oilers are 24-3 when they win Game 1 of a best-of-7. The problem is McDavid. I mean, they're not. They actually have almost as good a winning percentage in the McDavid-Draisaitl era when they lose Game 1.
They're 9-12 under Chris Knoblauch in games 1 through 3, and 18-2 in games 4 through 7. This would be a big one tonight if they could find a way to get it.
Especially since Florida's won 30 straight when leading after 2 periods in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Oilers with a chance to end that streak tonight. They were down 3-2 after 2. McDavid against Barkov, a center ice face-off won by the Florida captain. Jones to Mikkola, he'll shoot it in. Around the boards, Reinhart. It's been quiet tonight for Florida. This top line has been negated. Bouchard up the right-hand side. Chipped out of the reach of Leon Draisaitl and settled by Seth Jones. Put it across for Evan Rodriguez. He slipped through one check, and he'll shoot it in left wing. Reinhart in the vicinity, poked it free. Rodriguez a shot, a save made by Stuart Skinner. Ekholm up the left-hand boards and down the ice. This should be icing. Jones skating away from McDavid to draw the whistle. 5 minutes into OT, Florida in O-zone draw.
The long change for Edmonton in the second period and in overtime, and it's played a factor. Some puck maintenance issues for the Oilers. And the Oilers have been swapping Corey Perry for D-zone draws with Connor Brown, but they got no choice. Perry's on the ice right now. Leon's got to get at least a saw for a win here.
Brad Marchand scored the overtime winner for Florida in Game 3 against Toronto. He's on the ice now with Lundell and Luostarinen.
And he just put it on the net, Jack. You recall the double ricochet. Puck went in.
Clean face-off win for the Panthers. Forsling thought about a shot on net, thought better of it, and sent it around the boards to Marchand. Trapped in the right corner by Evan Bouchard. Marchand, like Corey Perry, won very early in his career and has been chasing it ever since. Perry's wait has now reached 18 years, Marchand 14, and we've got a hand pass whistled in the neutral zone. And Ekblad and Perry giving each other full chirping methodology from both of those players. They'll retire to their respective benches. Neutral zone face-off just outside the Florida blue line.
We're not here tonight if not for the second period that the Edmonton Oilers' Stuart Skinner had. He bailed the team out.
Well, and that goal that was issued by Bobrovsky kept the crowd engaged, and it was a soft one. And if Florida loses this game, you'll think back to that Arvidsson shot that seemed harmless, but went off the glove of Bobrovsky and tumbled into the back of the net. Off the draw, Nurse and Kulak will trade the puck in the neutral zone. Building speed, Connor Brown as Henrique sends it in deep. Bobrovsky spooned it away from Brown. On to Gadjevich and a clear for the Florida fourth line. Nosek in deep. Kulak pressured by Boqvist. Put it up the boards. And there's Kulikov. To the middle of the ice, Boqvist. He'll fire it in. Around the glass, Nosek puts it behind the Edmonton goal line. Nurse will leave it for Trent Frederick. Florida will change.
Well, give it to a D-man here, Trent.
He does. Darnell Nurse whistles one up the left-hand side, and Kulak will scoop it in. Bobrovsky to handle the puck for Florida. Seth Jones on to Sam Bennett. Bennett up to Tkachuk, in from the right-hand side. Here's Skinner up the boards, and that got through Jones. Race for the puck. Mikkola with icing waved off. Kane bearing down on Mikkola. Dropped it off. Kane finished his check, much to the delight of the crowd. Matthew Tkachuk. Blind pass up the middle. Stolen by John Klingberg. For Edmonton, it's Woolman up the left-hand side and slapped in by Kane. Around the boards. Chipped up. Left-hand side, Sam Bennett. Ducked around a big hit. Woolman went in Cronwall style and missed. Klingberg takes over as Florida dumped it in, but a long change. Here's Kapanen looking to take advantage. He's in. Wrist shot save, Bobrovsky. Wow. And it glanced off the side of the net. Kapanen missed by an eyelash. Icing Florida with 12:51 to go in OT.
That's why he was the 22nd overall pick, Jack, in 2014. Explosiveness like that.
He can't believe it. Thought he had it. Blazing speed down the middle. Beat Jones and Mikkola and put one off the outside of the right post. I think Bobrovsky might have gotten a slight piece of that puck. Off the draw. Rolled wide of the net. Draisaitl, Perry, and McDavid out there as the Panthers toss it up the left-hand side. Mikkola will change. Here's a long feed from Bouchard. Broken up. Ekholm is on it. McDavid sets a screen. Cherry went down the lines with one-timer Ekholm, and that was redirected wide. Draisaitl, left corner. Put it around the boards. Evan Bouchard walking the line. Ekholm calling for the puck. Shoots, and a blocker save. Juicy rebound in the slot, and Florida will ice it. They had to. 12:14 to go in OT. Edmonton's top line remains on. Bobrovsky did not handle that puck from Ekholm well at all, and it trickled right into the slot. Florida with a panicky clear.
Puck hit the referee on the zone entry, and it created a second chance opportunity for Edmonton. It was going to be a hard rim. Went right to the Oilers. Fortuitous kick.
Draisaitl in for the face-off. Beaten off the draw this time. Put up the boards. Bouchard did well to hold the zone. Jones, a high floater over the head of Leon Draisaitl. Ekholm, cross-seamer, and sent in deep by Corey Perry. Ekblad under duress in the form of Connor McDavid. Thundering check applied by Draisaitl. They'll wave off icing here as the Panthers muscle it down the left-hand side. Line changes wholesale coming for both clubs. Nearly halfway through this first overtime period, tied at 3, Edmonton, Florida, game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Here's Janmark, in from the right-hand side. He waits, he rolls toward the net, only to have it stripped from behind by Luostarina. He left the puck behind, followed up on by Mikkola, who shoots it behind the Edmonton net. Skinner will take his time and send one over to Arvidsson, who's checked immediately by Lundell. Arvidsson able to carve it off the half wall. Good play to Kulak, but Colson flattened. They're going to wave off icing. Here's Janmark sneaking inside of Forsling. The two Swedes come together in the corner. The Panthers can't clear. Klingberg across to Wallman, a shot tipped into the slot. Kulikov, no stick for Lundell. Wallman dropped to one knee. Enrique, backhander in front. Oh, what a save by Bobrovsky. Klingberg, it's loose. Marchand flings it down the ice, and the Panthers stay alive. What a save! That looked to be certain sudden death. Frederick can't believe it. What a save, Sergei Bobrovsky.
And what a play by Adam Henrique.
Adam Henrique, yeah. So now, offensive zone draw. Nugent Hopkins will take it. Lundell, a tie-up situation. Nugent Hopkins out to Wallman. Across Klingberg. Wallman, left point. High slot, Nugent Hopkins a shot. That does not make its way through. Nugent Hopkins looking to follow it up. At 9 points in the first 4 games of the West Final. Been relatively quiet thus far. Marchand cross ice. Luostarina waving at it. Big hit on Klingberg right in front of the Oiler bench. Kane comes over to try to power it back into the offensive zone. Nugent Hopkins comes away with it and drops it for Kasperi Kapanen, and Wallman will reset. Klingberg to Kapanen. One touch of Vander Kane, left wing. Kapanen nearly won the game moments ago. Now he circles and shovels it down low. Kulikov looking to bust up the cycle. Off the left-hand plexi. A quick shot taken by Vander Kane wide. Rebound at Ekholm. He'll put it off the glass one more time. Verhaeghe does not get it out. Cross ice. Ekholm's open. Slap shot save made by Bobrovsky. Overtime continues, tied at 3. It's Perry to McDavid. Oilers can feel it. McDavid drop pass to Leon Draisaitl. One-timer up top and a save. Bobrovsky, who did well to freeze it. That's a smart play by Bobrovsky to allow his team to take a collective breath. Early on in OT, it was all Florida. And like the rest of the game, it's been an ebb and flow. The last 5 or 6 minutes have belonged to Edmonton, but the game right now belongs to neither team. It's 3-3 in OT, and Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final continues in just a moment on the Oilers Radio Network.
Blue collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit HeavyMetalEquipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
3-3. George Laraque, who was part of some overtime classics in the 2006 run to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final in the building, and as always drawing a huge cheer from Rogers Place. And Bob Stauffer to my right, collecting yet another. What does that put in your pocket every time George gets a standing ovation, Bob?
I don't know.
You get some royalties.
Do I? I got no idea what you're talking about. He's just an Edmonton sporting icon. That's it.
I think you've helped make him a sporting icon at Edmonton. Love George. Had a chance to talk with him before Game 4 of the Dallas series. Here in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final, Florida's spotted Edmonton a 1-goal lead early, then took a 3-1 advantage early in the second period. Oilers battled back to force OT. Ekholm with the equalizer with 13 minutes left in the third. And now we're halfway through overtime, still tied up at 3. Shots are 41-29 Edmonton. And officially 6-3 rather, in the overtime session. Here's Bouchard, a blast off the draw, one by McDavid. That sailed wide to Bobrovsky. The rebound behind the net. Barkov protecting and dishing off to Seth Jones. And here come the Florida Panthers left to right. They'll shoot it in. Reinhart in from the right-hand side, and the puck comes free. And Jones on the puck for Florida. Left-hand side, Mikkola. Here come the champions. Florida rolls into the offensive zone. Ekholm resetting. Oilers beaten in 7 last year by Florida, coming within a whisker, but ultimately losing Game 7 2-1. Lead pass Ekholm, spilled in by Bouchard. Bobrovsky with Arvidsson on him, sent it off the left-hand side. Rodriguez on a deflection, gains center and backhands it in. Brett Kulak back on the puck for the Oilers. Up to Darnell Nurse, and now Arvidsson. Checked by Forsling. Ekblad comes up with a puck for the Panthers. Tries the right-hand side. This will be icing against Florida. Whistle goes with 8:32 to go in overtime. And here comes Nugent-Hopkins, Kane, and Kapanen to try to win it. An ozone draw coming to the right of Bobrovsky.
Great hit by Podkolzin. Steps up and finishes Ekblad. Forces the icing.
Nugent-Hopkins digs in against Anton Lundell. 8.5 to go in OT. Nugent-Hopkins won the draw. Kane to Nurse. Slap pass off the boards. Came out in front to Kapanen. Gives it up. Nurse a one-timer, and that was blocked. Luo Sturinen with a chance to clear, but Kane won't let him go anywhere. Swarmed under. Big hit Kapanen. Freed it up. Left side for Nurse. Kasperi Kapanen playing perhaps the best hockey of his career. Ekblad with a jittery turnover. Kulak a shot and a save made by Bobrovsky on a twisting floater that he caught up near the collarbone. 8:07 to go in OT. How about Kane and Kapanen on that shift?
Yeah, those guys have been really good. They look like second liners in this game. I mean, Kapanen is just flying. He's got 2 assists. He walked their D and hit the side of the post on an offensive surge. 4 hits in this game.
I think Nugent-Hopkins got a tip on that shot from Kulak, and Bobrovsky was able to reel it in for his 40th save of the night. 8 minutes to go in OT. Here's Adam Henrique winning the draw. Klingberg to Woolman. Left point shot. Stayed out. Rebound. Eluded Connor Brown. Verhaeghe an opportunity to clear. Got a friendly deflection off of Adam Henrique. And Matthew Tkachuk will shoot it in. Panthers have not had much going since the first shift of overtime. Outside of that, Bob, they really haven't done much since the second period. Panthers are offside coming over the line left to right.
So they are hard rimming the pucks on zone entries and then getting the wraparound and getting support on the far side of the ice, going to where the puck's going to end up. Z-zone draw, Brown out with McDavid and Draisaitl.
Digging in, Sam Bennett against Draisaitl, won the face-off. Tkachuk feeds the point, then sent right back down low by Kulikov. Here's Verhaeghe, gave it away. Pumped up the left-hand side by Draisaitl. Race for the puck. They're going to wave off icing. Nate Schmidt digging in as Connor Brown. Kulikov swung it free for Sam Bennett, and here come the Panthers. Bennett staggers his way in. Beautiful move around Draisaitl. Backhander deflected up and out of play. Well read that time by Evan Bouchard, who stayed with him. Sam Bennett.
He's been their best player.
Well, and again, on a team with Matthew Tkachuk, Alexander Barkov, Ekblad, and Forsling, a top pair. It's amazing. Each Stanley Cup playoff year, all of a sudden, Bennett is at front and center. Leads the entire playoffs with 12 goals. I mean, no one's No one else is in double digits.
Fourth line here for Florida against the Oilers' third line. D-zone draw, Henrique at 53%.
Nosek against Adam Henrique. Jones and Mikkola, the D pairing for Florida. And it's tied up off the draw. Still lingering in the circle. Jonah Gadjevich down low. A puck trickles off of Boqvist's stick, and now it's Ekholm. Hard rim up the left-hand side. Jab free to Nosek, and Florida's able to tap it back in. Cleared back in by Nosek. He'll walk in, a backhander right circle, and a tricky save made by Stuart Skinner. The first one he's needed to make since the opening minute of this overtime. Florida had gone 12 minutes, Bob, without a shot on net. Shots are 43-30 for the game in favor of the Oilers, and in overtime, it's now 7-4 in favor of the host Edmonton Oilers, who will welcome Florida back inside this building for Game 2 on Friday night. And with each passing minute of overtime, we draw closer to that Game 2. 6:20 Mountain Time Friday right here on the Oilers Radio Network before the series shifts to Florida for Games 3 and 4 next Monday and Thursday. Draisaitl won the face-off against Sam Reinhart. Lifted down the ice by Kulak. A hard check on Connor Brown by Forsland. Up to Rodriguez at center. Smacked out of midair by Nurse. Barkov is on the puck for the Florida Panthers. Rodriguez kept it alive briefly. Barkov hasn't done much offensively tonight, though he did save a goal in the third period. Frederick was wide open on a rebound. Flipped in by Ekblad. Put too much on it. They waved it off. Here's Barkov. Won a battle behind the Edmonton net. Tries to roll up top. Can't do it. Rodriguez is there with support. Sends it out for Seth Jones. Across to Ekblad. Slap pass off the boards, and a wise Stuart Skinner read what Ekblad was trying to do and plucked it off the Dashers to freeze the action with 6:20 left in this first overtime period, and the game still tied at 3.
Florida really knows how to win board battles, create net presences, net front. Nugent-Hopkins back out with Kapanen and Kane here.
And yet, since the second period, Bob, they've been outshot 21-7.
Yep.
Lundell on the face-off against Nugent-Hopkins.
Uh-oh.
And Nugent-Hopkins is going to be chased out, replaced by Evander Kane.
Oilers got to support Kane here off this D-zone draw.
Jones and Mikkola, the pairing for Florida, face off to the left of Stuart Skinner. Trent Norris set to drop the puck. And a tie-up off the draw. Kane does his job, swats it into the corner, then puts it up the boards for a clear from Nugent-Hopkins. Mikkola races over, backhands it back into the Edmonton zone. Wallman resetting for the Oilers. 6 minutes to play in OT. Wallman will get it back from John Klingberg up the left-hand side. Seth Jones, his stick exploded on him. Shoveled in by Marchand. Jones needs new lumber. In the meantime, the puck is cleared out the right-hand side, and that's going to be an icing call against Florida. And I think it's a good call because there was nothing Jones could do. He didn't have a stick, Bob. So even though if he has a stick, yes, he could have played the puck, but he doesn't, so it turns into an icing.
Again, Florida's at 57% circle. You worry about losing a D-zone draw in overtime and them getting a shot. Got to get a saw-off here if you're Nugent-Hopkins and then some support from some wingers.
Much like Kane just did moments ago. Nugent-Hopkins now entrusted with that responsibility against Sam Bennett. And he does. Wallman shovels it off glass and out, but that'll be another icing call against Edmonton with 5:41 to play in a suddenly stop-and-start OT session.
Well, this is a tempo Florida wants to play.
You think they like the whistles?
Well, and they can ground and pound you.
Here's Bennett. Tkachuk lines up in the slot opposite Kapanen. Bennett won the face-off. Tkachuk, a shot, and that was blocked by Wallman. Kapanen pursues the rebound, had it, and eventually clears out the right-hand side.
Thought that hit the bench, I guess not.
Ekblad, lead pass, Sam Bennett. Left to right, the Panthers will charge in. Here's Bennett to the net. Wrist shot, pushed it wide. Catches his own rebound coming off the Dashers. He'll then work it along the boards to Matthew Tkachuk. Waits. Curls it free. Sent around Ekblad. Put it down low. Verhaeghe. Kachuk open for a moment. Back to Verhaeghe. And he was stripped. Good play by Vasily Podkolzin, who's had a strong game one here in the Stanley Cup Final. In overtime, Matthew Kachuk able to hold the line. Bennett did not handle his pass very well, however. Kapanen was popped by Gadjevich, but was able to recover. And Podkolzin backhands it safely down the ice.
Yep.
And they do.
Didn't get enough of one for me.
Here's Kulikov gaining the line as Nate Schmidt offside. Gadjevich, mistake made there by the Panthers with 4:34 to go in the overtime session. Gadjevich stepped in when he didn't need to. And that'll cost the Panthers an opportunity to go to work in the offensive zone. And will also bring about a swap of D pairings as Mikkola and Jones come back on for Florida. Now Paul Maurice is going to change up the lineup in its entirety. And after further deliberation, Chris Knobloch sends Adam Henrique over the boards, joined by Frederick and Brown. Face-off, won by Barkov. Wristed down deep, Mikkola. Around the boards, it's Sam Reinhart. Over the last 2 years, Reinhart 96 goals for Florida in the regular season. Been quiet tonight and held relatively check all playoffs long. Just 4 goals for Reinhart, who scored the game winner last year in Game 7. Barkov, a rare turnover at the Edmonton line. Brown and Henrique got it in front of the Oiler bench, and that's where the play dies. Puck pinned along the dashers, finally chiseled free. Nate Schmidt under pressure from Brown, trying to race away. Angles a pass to Reinhart back toward the middle, and Barkov will shoot it in. Line change Florida. 3:45 left in overtime. Here's Kulak up through center. Slug back in on net. Skinner stops Seth Jones and leaves it on the table for Brett Kulak. Tracked by Lundell. Kulak slowing the pace here. Draisaitl and McDavid on the ice for Edmonton. Lead pass Lundell. Bumped away from Perry by Brad Marchand. He'll shoot it in. From the blue line, a save made by Skinner. Rebound Perry. Curls it ahead for Draisaitl. Backhands it up through center. Luo Starinen back to Seth Jones, who gathers and angles a pass for Marchand. He gave it away to Ekholm. And now Corey Perry driving in left-hand side. He'll shovel it behind the net. Leon Draisaitl under pressure from Mikkola. And Florida's going to ice this puck. And that means Edmonton's top line will get another look here with 2:56 to go in OT.
I wonder whether or not, because they're winning so many draws here, Jack, they're not worried about ice and pucks, getting it out.
I don't know. That would seem to be a curious strategy. Nugent Hopkins will take this face-off with Kane and Kapanen. Nugent Hopkins won the draw, and we're going to do it again. Boy, we've had a lot of restarts here in the face-off circle throughout on both sides.
Yes.
Nugent Hopkins, once again, lined up against Anton Lundell following the icing call. And here's a dish. Slammed down low by Ekholm, came off the boards. It's Luo Starinen. Lead pass, Marchand will try to skate into it. He does. From the right circle, threw one toward the net. Steered behind by Skinner to Ekholm, and now Nugent Hopkins. He'll launch one into open space. That's an obvious icing call. I'm not sure what Nugent Hopkins saw there on the breakout, but it was not completed. And it's Florida who will get an offensive zone faceoff.
I think he thought Kapanen was going to cut to the middle. And Kapanen ran a post or a flag instead of a post.
That's one way to put it, and an accurate way to put it. So a miscommunication. And now the Florida Panthers with an offensive zone face-off. 2.5 minutes remaining in the first overtime. We'll play until there's a winner. It's sudden death in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Panthers will send it around the boards. In pursuit, it's Aaron Ekblad, right point, down low. Bennett couldn't make a play on it. Ekholm ducks around a hit from Matthew Tkachuk. Florida, which led 3-1 in regulation, trying to put it away finally in overtime. Oilers looking to complete the comeback. Nugent Hopkins head to Bouchard. He beats Forsling. He's in. Stopped. point blank. Bobrovsky stopped him. He dragged it back, and Bobrovsky stopped him on a partial break. Wow. Tkachuk shovels it in. Lead pass. Arvidsson gets it back from Podkolzin. Drag move. Wrist shot stopped by Bobrovsky. Rebound Podkolzin. Put it behind the net. Tomas Nosek there for Florida, and he put it out of play. Delay of game. Tomas Nosek has set Edmonton up with a power play for the final minute 43 of overtime. The Oilers can win it. What a mistake.
But it's the forechecking pressure that creates it.
You start to feel pressure where there was none. Nosek was not in trouble there. But Colson was nearby, but Nosek was not in a vulnerable position. But to your point, Vasily Podkolzin has done that all game long. And he set the Oilers up with a power play to win it. They're 0 for 3 tonight, but sometimes it has nothing to do with how many you get, it's when you get them. The Oilers to win it in overtime on the Atco power play. Draisaitl, McDavid, Nugent Hopkins, Perry, and Bouchard. Minute 43 left in the overtime. Nosek in the box. 2 minutes for delay of game. Here's McDavid. Won the face-off cleanly. Nugent Hopkins on his backhand. Persistent pressure up top. Gives it up for Bouchard in the high slot. Leon Draisaitl. Back to Bouchard. Across to McDavid. Left circle. Nugent Hopkins. McDavid. Backs off. Waits and dishes off. Bouchard returns to McDavid. Shot! And that was deflected out of play.
Perry just about deflected that hole. Got worked over in front for it.
McDavid, of course, a memorable overtime winner to end the Battle of Alberta playoff series, Game 5 in 2022. Evan Bouchard, an overtime winner in Vancouver last year. And Draisaitl with a pair this season. And Corey Perry, an overtime specialist. As you know, only 2 players in the history of the game have more overtime goals than Corey Perry, who scored 1 against Edmonton, Game 5, 2017. And once again, we'll have to sort out who takes the draw here. Draisaitl sent out, and McDavid will take the face-off against Anton Lundell. Draisaitl in the high slot, Perry stacked in the paint.
Oh, wow. Dropped the puck.
1:20 to play in overtime. There will be a 17-second carryover if the Oilers need it. Off the draw. The puck remains on the face-off dot. Ekblad slams it off the glass and back to center where Bouchard catches it and then will take a skate against Luos Torinen. Bouchard to McDavid. Oilers entering the final. 56% at home on the power play. Here's Nugent Hopkins taking off the puck. Luos Torinen short-handed. He hits Forsling, who snaps it behind the Edmonton net. That's settled by Skinner with 50 seconds to play in the overtime. Oilers looking to win it. Turn back to McDavid. Against Marchand, uses a screen. McDavid dishing off. Nugent Hopkins waits and bumps it back for Bouchard. Nugent Hopkins on the left half boards under pressure. Turns and gives it up. Beautiful pass. McDavid in front. One time and score! Leon Draisaitl! 4-3 Edmonton in
Corey Perry made the play on the left side half courts with the depth little interior pass to Connor McDavid, and he finds Leon Draisaitl. Corey Perry behind the back pass, and Draisaitl was awaiting the feed from Connor McDavid, and Edmonton has roared back from 3-1 down and beaten the Florida Panthers in overtime.
McDavid to Draisaitl. 4 players touch the puck, and Draisaitl there to finish it. Not much chance for Sergei Bobrovsky, who pushed hard off the right skate, but powerless to deny Draisaitl his second of the game, his 9th of the playoffs, and his 3rd overtime winner. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. The official time 19:29. Let's go ringside with Brendan.
Hey guys, here with Jake Wallman. Jake, just how would you assess the way that your team managed the emotions, the excitement of this first game here on home ice?
Yeah, a lot of emotion. I think we're prepared for that, though. Wherever the game goes, we're prepared for, and I think we deserve that one.
Thought on the job your team did, particularly on the back end, transitioning the puck up the ice and sort of mitigating Florida's forecheck.
Yeah, we know it's coming. It's still going to be tough every night. This is just one, but it's something to look out for. Hopefully we can counterattack it. Any
adjustments as you come off the ice here you think you want to apply to game 2?
Get some rest.
Fair enough, Jake. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Guys.
Well, a magnificent game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final.
Fantastic hockey game.
And the Florida Panthers, for the first time in 31 games, lose a game in the Stanley Cup playoffs when they lead after 2. A thrilling finish, to be sure. Ekholm tied it early in the 3rd period, and Draisaitl, his 3rd overtime winner of the postseason. Perry and McDavid with the helpers. Leon Draisaitl had not scored in overtime in the playoffs prior to this season. Well, he's got 3, and Edmonton is now 3 wins away from its first Stanley Cup since 1990.
Well, as you know, going back to 2017, of all of the people to score, he didn't score a lot for the Oilers in the playoffs, Jack, but it was Leon Draisaitl setting up David Desharnais for the game winner against San Jose in Game 5 when the Oilers rallied on the Oscar Klefbom game-tying goal. And then in 2022, when the Oilers vanquished the Calgary Flames in Game 5, it was Leon Draisaitl feeding Connor McDavid and putting a dagger in the hearts of all the Flames fans in southern Alberta.
Hey, I didn't mean to suggest he'd done nothing in the postseason. No. I'm just saying he hadn't scored an overtime winner.
How about the play by Corey Perry, though? That was,
he had a tough night. This game did not start off well, but Corey Perry
is a pro.
The one thing about a 20-year career, you're not going to worry about a tough first period in Game 1.
All 5 guys touched the puck in the game-winning goal in overtime. And, a fourth-line center in Noshik flips the puck out of over the glass, partially because of an effective, very effective sequence with Vasily Podkolzin. And I thought Vasily Podkolzin and Kasperi Kapanen were huge tonight for the Edmonton Oilers. Obviously, Arvidsson got a goal as well. But I think the thing you got to love if you're an Oilers partisan, the Oilers were down 3-1, but the quick response goal, and it was a bad one, by Victor Arvidsson against Sergei Bobrovsky.
I thought it was the turning point of the hockey game.
So do I. And from that point on, the Oilers, Stuart Skinner bailed them out in the second period, but the Oilers...
he was good in the first shift of the third, or the overtime.
But the Oilers outshot them 24-9 in the